following the curve of the Earth perfectly. They're saying
Well, it
there is
has to
some
be
deviation in the path.
because the physical object that I'm pinging and the unit is on the surface of the water.
Is it a nav radar?
If that water is curving, then
I'm
that
assuming
wavelength is following the curve of the water.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're using a nav radar.
It's a SIMRAD system.
Yeah, so like a long range type nav, medium long.
Well, I don't know about long range. This capability is 70 miles. I mean, there are radar systems that I've seen and used that are
much longer, obviously.
Longer just capability, and they would be following much more of a, let's say, dip, because y'all don't like the word. I mean, I don't know what to say. Curve.
Okay, so what is do you know the frequency of the radar you have? Do you know it offhand?
We could use all frequencies, right? I'm just asking what causes. Maybe you missed that part. What is the cause of this light, this frequency? What causes it to bend? Now, you said refraction. I'm fine with that. If that's your answer, I'm just kind of clarifying that's your answer. Like, you might want to take a mulligan.
Well, refraction is one way that light will bend, yes.
The radar light that we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. That's your answer. Sweet. Thank you.
No worries.
First I've heard of that.
I mean,
it just seems like you're just making this up while you think about it.
Yeah, he's. I don't know. Refraction is used for a lot. So
no, it sounds like he's reading from a Wikipedia or some source information that somebody wrote and he's never verified. He's preaching hard.
So I remember way back, I was on a sail, and I was an engineer, but I was on the boarding party for the ship, so I had to go do a briefs in the operations room. And I remember they did a little talk about the radar range for the given day with the given conditions and how it was changing. And you could see almost like the curved lines on their little graph showing that at this distance with these temperatures and this, we will get this much extra range. Yes.
What conditions are affecting radar?
Weather.
Clouds?
No, like temperature gradients. Different temperatures, different, different
refraction.
Differential, like humidity, like
air temperature.
Temperature of the air.
That's why you're saying
so the medium.
Yes, the medium the radar is traveling through.
Okay, so I gotcha.
No, I've been told for years by many smart people, I call them globers, that radar isn't affected by these things.
It's not as affected as normal light, but it is affected.
Well, it has to be doing the same thing as light, you said. So
yeah.
To what extent? It depends on what wavelength you're using.
Well, plug in 70 miles to your model, and you'll prove to yourself what extent it's having to curve this light, and then reflect it, and then curve it again.
But we can't just say that a radar went 70 miles, therefore Earth is curved.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I would say.
So why are you doing it?
It's not really what you do.
Yeah. The more logical statement would be it sent out a signal over a flat horizontal plane. It was 20 feet above it. So anything that's in its way, it's going to ping and send back a signal. That's what I would say.
So what you'd have to do is you'd have to establish what wavelength you're using, what frequency you're using, and then have to understand how that propagates, or
we could measure the surface that the radar is going over, or we could do that.
Okay, but regardless, like you're just saying this was pinged, therefore flat, but you never said anything about what type of radar.
No, I didn't say that. I said that's the more logical situation. You're saying
it's not logical at all.
You're saying it's curving. You're saying it's curving, and I'm asking how, and you said refraction very clearly several times, and I'm saying
I said
wow.
I said radar can refract, but I didn't say that proves it's a globe. I just said
and I'm saying
refract.
I didn't mention anything about a globe.
I'm saying you don't even have a shape. You just have time.
Okay, so why are you just jumping to a conclusion? Because I didn't. I just said it can curve due to refraction.
You jump to the
That's all I
conclusion
said.
that it curves.
Yes, due to refraction. We can prove that light bends due to refraction.
Radar.
We know that yes, because radar is light.
Mm-hmm.
To what degree it bends,
Invisible stuff you can't
I'm not exactly sure. Like I don't know that offhand because I was never a radar tech, but I do know it will bend. I have talked to them about refraction. It is something that they have to calculate for, that the computers calculate for to project their the ranges for that given day in given conditions. Right? It does happen,
Well,
but I'm not
what's that
inferring
called?
that the Earth is flat or round because
Yeah,
radar bends.
Cool, great. What's that called? The calculation or whatever unit, whatever gives you, that formula or whatever the way they predict how much range
There's a
they're going to have on their
whole
radar for that day.
there's a whole whack of sensors and calculations that go into it that some very smart computer does. And don't ask me what that is because I didn't program.
Surely they have a name for it. I mean, everything in the Navy, especially, is named.
So in the U.S., I know their battle net is called Aegis, and Aegis is probably what calculates it for the U.S. ships and their destroyers. And then whatever other battle nets and computers they have with their nanorators and all that other stuff, like wind conditions that they can get from their mass. They can take all that, and the computer will take it all into account and calculate it.
Aren't you talking about line of sight here, radar? Isn't that you're shooting a radar 20 foot off the ocean? You said, right? 70-mile target, correct?
Well, that's what he said, but I said if we're getting a ping back, I mean, it totally depends on what type of radar we're using.
Okay, let's try this. Let's simplify this. You said radar is like light, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so let's do a little thought experiment. I have a mirror. You're 70 miles away. You have that light, the radar. So this is the scenario now you're painting in your head. You're shooting the light, right? You're firing the light, the radar, right? Now you're trying to hit the mirror 70 miles away. Now this is what you imagine in your head. You imagine that the light clings to a curving surface, right? Your Earth.
And it hits that was not said.
Well, that would have to be, right?
No.
It would have to travel. Your radar, your light will have to travel along the Earth, no?
No, nobody's saying it's traveling with the Earth curve, like the Earth curve's making it do the thing.
Well, then, okay,
that's
all right,
not,
fine.
That's not what's being
said.
Okay,
so it's traveling straight. The light is traveling straight.
It's traveling in whatever direction we sent it, and whatever amount of refraction is being done to that beam of radar is being done, and will cause it to distort however much refraction there is. And
okay, hold on, we're going too fast. We're shooting the light downrange. Can we agree on that?
Yes. So we're shooting a
70 miles
radar
downrange.
beam somewhere down in some direction. Yes.
Okay, and there's a mirror on the other side, which it has to ping back. So take light and a mirror, right? So the light travels and it has to follow a curve and hit that mirror. Can we agree on that?
So you want to say it's a globe Earth and there's curvature in between you and the mirror?
I'm going by your model. We're going by your model, right?
Okay, so sure, yes.
Okay. So the light follows that trajectory downrange, it's following a curve, and it hits a mirror, right? Now, can we agree that it hits that mirror at an angle?
Sure, if it does hit it, yeah.
Okay. So now we know how mirrors work, right? We have to be right on them. So how does that return? How does that light travel 70 miles back along a curve? How does that work in your head?
So again, it depends on what kind of radar we're using, right? If it's a straight line of sight,
we're using light. We're using light,
a mirror. A mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to say, how does it reflect back off that
Exactly, because that's how radar would work. Similarly, you're sending it downrange. It's reflecting off a surface. Now it has to come back.
I would argue our radar doesn't exactly always work that way because it depends on the radar. But if we're going to go with just visible light, okay, yes, the light would have to refract to a degree where it would curve around, go around some degree of curvature, hit that mirror, and then curve back. Yes, that's what would have to happen for that to work. What
Right. So
conditions
we
you would
are in
need for
agreement
that?
on that.
I do not believe there are conditions that exist that you can hit something 70 miles away from, like, what height are we shining this light?
20 feet, you said, right?
I don't know. Was it 20 feet? I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, 20 feet and 70 miles away. Yeah.
Okay, so we're 20 feet, nearest 20 feet, 70 miles. I don't believe you can do it, but I could be wrong. I don't have the math off the top of my head. Like, I'm a little
You're
out of
thinking
practice with that
logically
stuff.
now. You're thinking logically. It's ridiculous, right? To assume that you can do that. It's totally
Again, so
like illogical in reality, correct?
I would say in most cases, no, you wouldn't be able to do it. But again, I'm not.
Okay,
I don't
hold
have
on, hold
the.
on, hold on.
The
In what
magic
case
case.
do you imagine that we can do it? In which case can you imagine that you can send a light, hit a mirror 70 miles away, and then get that reflection back? In which case do you imagine that?
In what case? I would say there'd have to be an extreme amount of refraction, and probably some you'd never really see on a typical day. So that's why I'm saying
That you'd have to imagine some far out scenario, like almost unimaginable to imagine
yes,
such
like
a
a
silly
very
thing, right?
rare circumstance.
I would say that would never happen.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Again, I'm not coming off this with the math done up for you saying I know or don't know that this can happen, because I'm not sure. Like, that seems like quite a far distance for 20 feet to hit, 20 feet up to hit.
So is light like a ball to you? It's like a physical ball that, like, you can, if you were small enough, you could, like, dribble it.
No.
So then what's bouncing off the mirror?
It's getting absorbed and re-emitted.
This ball that I can dribble?
Ball? Like, why do you keep saying ball?
Well, you're saying light. You're saying it bounces. It's getting absorbed.
Yes.
What is the it?
Well, I mean, fundamentally, it's supposedly a photon.
Supposedly, that is a little ball that I can dribble.
I don't think photons are balls.
So what do you envision
it's a bit more
bouncing off?
nuanced.
What do you envision bouncing off the mirror to get the information?
Whatever that packet of light is,
what do you envision that to be?
That is hitting. I have no idea, because I don't.
So how do you know it? No, I'm trying. So can you even fathom something that's bouncing off and then bouncing back? Like, I'm trying to get you, because what you're telling me is that you can't even imagine what you're telling me, but you believe it.
I can't really imagine what a photon looks
but you can believe it. That's crazy. You can't even imagine how it's happening. Right? You can't use it. Hold on. Let me just get this point. Let me get this point. You using all of the extent of your imagination, you can't even picture how this is happening. You're like, I just can't even picture it. But it's happening. Yeah, I know it. That's religion.
Yes, things are a little more nuanced. Things are a little more nuanced than
it is new, I guess you could say.
But it's because the fact that we use that principle of light, of pinging, like radar pinging on something and reflecting back.
No, you don't use that in reality. You don't use that. You don't use something you have no idea. So how are you? You have no idea what it is, but you're using it.
Yes,
that sounds.
Yes, okay, I don't understand radar down to the most fundamental level.
So then maybe it's not doing what you
quantum
think.
Mechanics. No, I don't.
Well, so then maybe it's
I don't think anybody really does. But
so then maybe you should stop saying. Maybe you should stop saying. Maybe you should stop talking like you do, because you're talking about these photons bouncing and these things happening, but clearly it's not, and you're clueless. Okay, you're just preaching. Hold on, you're just preaching your religion. So if you're going to come here and
because it's used in reality.
No, it's not. You're the thing that you are preaching. The photon is not used in reality. It's the thing you're making up. So stop preaching the making up. Yeah, it's not, because you can't even fathom it.
We don't use radar.
Not a photon. You're not using a photon. That's your belief. That's like God.
That's what they believe radar is.
Yes, you're right. That's what they believe. Now, and you're part of their religion.
They are the ones that design radar.
They told you something and you believe it. Yeah, and you believe
designed it.
They are the priests.
They fix it. They operate it.
and you're the guy in the...
Those people you're talking about, I have spoken to.
The congregation. What's the person in the congregation?
Okay, so
Like,
the ominous
the priest.
them, the ominous them you're talking about, I have spoken to and met. They are not like some archpriest hiding out in a secret sect.
No, I've spoken to priests.
Normal people.
I've actually seen the Pope, dude.
I talk to my preacher almost every day.
Doesn't mean it's not a religion. Doesn't make it not a religion.
Okay, cool. They still apply this whole, light being photons principle.
My preacher still applies 6,000-year-old Earth and God created everything and Jesus died on the cross. What's the difference?
He believes one thing. You believe something else.
Is we use one.
It's in a man-written book. All these details are in a man-written book. Lots of data. No different.
No, I wouldn't say the Bible has data, but
yeah, sure it does. Information,
it supports
data,
things.
Information.
Okay, so getting back to it, these people say that light, the smallest packet of light or energy, is a photon. And
what verse in Scripture is that? When you're talking about photons of light, what Scripture and verse is that in your book?
Why are we referencing the Bible?
Well, wait a minute as well.
You
keep saying they say. Which preacher is it that's saying this when you say they?
Well, that's
like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I have no idea who they either.
No,
they're all different.
Okay. You said you talked to him. What was his name? What was the preacher's name?
What, the radar tech that I talked to?
Yep, the preacher.
Technician that fixed it? I don't know. I'm not going to list his name off because I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate me saying his name online.
Are you just telling us stories then about...
Oh, so is he in on it too?
I don't know.
What are you talking
who's
about?
he?
Telling us. We don't know who you're talking about.
But that's what I'm asking.
Some dude you met in the toilet. You had a chat with.
No, some dude I worked with who was a radar technician.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he fixes the very thing you call.
Okay, so he's the particular preacher that we're going to be talking about now in this conversation.
You keep calling this person a preacher.
Well, that's what preachers do, isn't it? And the preachers are the ones that tell you things that you take on as given information.
No. You're calling him a preacher.
Well, you've took on what he said on faith.
I just had a conversation with this guy about said topic.
Yeah.
But you're trying to tell me he's a preacher. He's just preaching.
No, he has. He's told you something, and you're telling us what he told you.
Okay. Again, he is the radar tech who fixes dead topic, the thing we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
He's talked to us about. He talked to me about the radar, how it works, this whole thing that you're calling into question. So is he in on it too?
Is he in what? He's in on your story, definitely. Like, he's a major part of your story.
He's in on this conspiracy.
He's the guy that's told you all about this story. So, yeah, he's right in on it. Isn't he?
He's in on the conspiracy.
Well, he's the one that's told you to tell us this. So, like, yeah,
he didn't tell me to tell you guys
the whole
anything.
thing.
It was just conversations.
Who else have you got then? Or is it just this guy?
But I worked with quite a number of radar techs and operators in my day.
Okay, so you've got quite a few preachers that have told you.
And none of them have called into question what you guys are.
What? Like, you keep saying you guys. We've got a load of preachers that have told you something, right, and now you're saying that you guys, us here, aren't believing what you've told us that some guys told you. You don't even know who this guy is.
Well, I just said I'm not going to list his name off.
No,
or their names. Because why would I?
Will you take on anything that, like Rakir says about his preacher, when his preacher tells him something? Would you take that on? Would it mean anything to you? Because he starts telling you a story about...
Would I take on an actual religion as fact?
No, you would. Would you take anything on faith that somebody tells you? No, without any proof of your own, right? Would you just take on what somebody says on faith?
This is morphing into a little bit of a straw man. Like, I'm telling you, these guys work.
No, it started out as a straw man that you built.
No, because you're trying to
photons that we can't ever see. Just equate photons to Jesus.
Okay, so you're trying to equivocate.
never. Yeah, it's just a made up story, man, that you're preaching to us right now.
Okay, so you're trying to equivocate a preacher, a religious person, with a technician or engineer who applies the things he learns about.
Dude, these people apply all types of things. I've seen.
Bro, they used to think priests were the same way.
So one is a faith-based preacher.
Yeah.
Who is all about faith-based religions. The other ones are people who use this in reality, work with this in reality.
He uses it.
Apply this in reality.
Bro, they use light. Priests use light too, dude. I don't know why you think a priest doesn't use. What do you think they walk around in the dark?
Candles and stuff. Cool.
Well, that's light. Okay, so priests use light and your technician use light. That doesn't mean either one knows any more about it than the other. It's just
I've never seen photons following the curvature.
And they've never seen.
Have you ever
seen
photons following the curvature of the Earth? Have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth?
So, okay, we're jumping all over the place.
No, I'm asking you. It's going back to the basis.
Try and define it first. Let's define.
Yeah, start there. What's your baseline?
What are you talking about? Baseline for what?
Your logic.
Curvature. Is it
for curvature?
Does the curvature of light comport to the curvature of air?
Like, why are you just saying curvature of light and curvature of air?
Because it's Earth curvature, right? That's what you're talking about.
Means the Earth itself is.
Yeah. So, what can you define that?
The solid or liquid ball, right? The solid or liquid parts are curved.
Don't forget about the gas and the light.
Mm-hmm. Yes, nobody says air itself is curving.
It has to be on your model. Okay. And the light does too.
Air is turbulent.
Yeah, light has to bend, water has to bend,
everywhere.
Gas has to take shape of a curve.
Gas just takes shape of the forces applied to it.
Yeah, which would be a curve in your model.
Okay.
Okay, show us this. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever measured curved water, sir? Very simple. I'll be very easy on you, all right? Because you're spouting off a lot of BS. You've never measured, you've never seen, I know it. But I'll be easy on you. Have you ever measured curved water, like a lake?
Yeah, there are tides all the time.
That's not what I asked, and you're being an ass.
You said curved water.
You know the answer that you've heard on YouTube.
High and low
and you know that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the surface of Earth being curved, and have you measured it in the liquid form? And you said tides, which is not curved water. It's flowing water, which happens when it slopes.
There's also
tides
waves
are flowing water. That's not curving water.
Waves
you're wrong
and all
again.
That stuff are also curving. Like you're saying, like, are you trying to tell me that all water
is that the curve? Wait a minute, right here. Is that the curve that you're talking about? Then waves. Is that the curve of the Earth? Is a wave?
No, because you're saying show me curved water.
No,
right?
yeah, we're saying describe Earth curve, and you went to water.
No, he said water.
Okay.
I addressed the whole curving water thing, saying yes, water does.
Define Earth curve then for us, please.
Does it naturally follow the Earth's curvature? Yes, it does. But there's also other forces.
Have you measured it? The question is, have you measured it?
I have not measured the Earth curvature.
And how the hell you know it does it?
How do I know it does it?
Yeah.
Because of the mountain of evidence suggesting that.
Because the preachers you put your faith in. Yeah, we're back to religion.
I mean, you can call it religion all you want.
No, it is religion when you're faith-based.
The fact of the matter is...
You believe other men and the books that they wrote. No different.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is a lot of models and a lot of systems like GPS, flights, all that stuff, it's presupposing, and I know you want to call that fallacious, it presupposes a globe for it to function, but it still functions. That is in of itself proof that the Earth is a globe. The system
Who told you that?
Who
told you that?
Wow.
Do you believe in men again? You're such a fake. You're the most religious person I've ever met so far. And I go to church.
Cool, yeah. So, like I said, like when we're out in the middle of the ocean, not inside of any sort of land, right? Nothing around us, no cell service, no nothing, but yet we can still get a GPS reading. I mean, how would that be possible
Oh my goodness!
If there weren't
that
satellites,
amazing.
God, it's either God or the Earth is a ball. I know it's got to be one of those two. I guess
I would be ever good GPS signal in the middle of the ocean.
What about
Jesus?
Thingy boys?
We'll call it Jesus.
God. Our choices are God or the Earth is curved. So I think I know which one is
those
the
are
more
two
logical
choices.
choice here.
Well, to me, God is more logical
I'll
than
choose the one that's
curving ball
falsifiable.
and nothing.
Yeah, I'll choose the one that's falsifiable.
Yeah, well, go ahead and get on that, buddy.
But that is the more logical one. So
one that's falsifiable, did you say?
No, that's just the more logical one.
Sorry. No, wait a minute, Rob. Did you just say you'll choose the one that's falsifiable?
Of course, yes. Because you can't falsify God, but you can falsify Earth curvature.
Yeah.
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 And what happens then?
When you falsify it.
Falsify it?
Yeah, to make it not real, right? It's false.
Yeah,
it's not there.
You've disproven something.
Yeah.
It can be disproven. There's a way to disprove it.
So if we disprove the globe, does that mean it must be God?
Yeah. So the problem is you have to first disprove the globe.
That's obvious.
How would you do that then? In your opinion, how would one disprove the globe?
How would
you're
one
saying you can disprove it?
Wait. My question. Can we go back? I asked, what happens when you disprove the globe? Like, what happens then? From that point forward, what happens?
Then you find out what geometric shape you're on at that point. And then you try to build a map or a model that resembles said shape. So
geometric shape?
Do useful things.
You can't go to geometry, dude.
No, but things have geometric shapes.
Absolutely. But you realise you don't actually have a geometry to rely on, don't you?
What?
Yeah, you don't have a geometry you can rely on. You cannot find a geometric shape.
According to what?
According to Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, okay, so what in that says we don't have a geometry?
Well, we definitely do have a geometry. It doesn't support your model.
Okay, so where in Euclid does it not support a globe?
All parallel lines are all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Okay, to a plane.
Yep.
Yes, cool. Prove that it's a plane.
We have a horizontal plane in reality.
Have you ever
heard?
Where you stopped?
Have you ever heard of a horizontal plane in reality?
I've never heard of a perfect horizontal plane in reality. No.
So you had heard of the term a horizontal plane, right?
Yes.
And you have heard of a horizontal orientation.
Yes,
and you have heard of perpendicular to horizontal being vertical.
Okay.
Right, now they definitely exist in reality because they're the reference frames we all use.
Okay, so yes, sure. There's horizontals and verticals, sure.
Right.
Okay, now what?
Now you use your geometry and those facts to prove your model.
Brilliant, Bev.
I have to use horizontal and vertical to prove my model?
Well, they do exist in reality.
So, wasn't this about disproving? So now you're asking me to use your principles to prove my model.
No, I can use those principles to prove that level is horizontal and to prove that horizontal planes do exist within Euclidean geometry and reality, right? Now, all you have to do is put whatever you need to do in your geometry and link that in with reality and prove, or you can disprove, that water level is horizontal. Help Blue out.
Okay, so you said the level is horizontal. Okay, so sure, if I take a 2-foot level and I level it, right, I can find that it will become horizontal. Okay, cool. Sounds great. So how do I know that that extends into infinity? Do you often use a level into infinity?
Oh, you can make it.
Use a water. You can use water level at any distance you want. Tube of water, zero pressure state.
Okay, so
horizontal.
the tubes of water is just you putting down a tube, a little venturi, so water can settle at a certain height, right?
Do you know what a water level is before we carry on?
Yes, so it's the ones with little tubes of water that level out at the same level on the little
tube,
right?
A tube.
Okay, cool, right?
Okay.
So how did you prove that all of those water levels are in a straight line with each other?
Establishes a horizontal plane of reference.
No, it just established what was level.
Yeah. Horizontal plane.
No, you're concluding that it's a horizontal plane. How did you prove?
What else would it be? Wait a minute.
Straight with each other?
What else could it possibly be? 2 points,
what else could it possibly be?
Even elevation.
Yeah, so the
one
water
neither higher nor lower than the other.
So the water in the tubes reach the same level at both points, right?
Yep.
That just means they're level with each other.
Yeah. A horizontal plane.
Means.
Shortest distance between those 2 points.
Yes, but that doesn't
is a
say
horizontal.
That what you're on is a straight line.
It's a horizontal.
Just means you're at the same elevation.
It's a horizontal straight line in between
that's
the two.
What that means.
Yeah, of course it is.
No, that doesn't. It just means they're level with each other.
Yeah, well, if one was lower than the other, it would be a larger distance than the horizontal distance, therefore not the shortest distance between 2 points. It's logically sound. I mean, I don't know.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
2 points, a water level, even elevation. Each end neither higher nor lower than the other end. The shortest distance between those 2 points is a horizontal distance.
Okay.
Right?
A straight line.
So that's a horizontal.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you... So
that's that. Wait a minute. Just to make sure, in case you didn't quite get it. Just a minute. Just in case you didn't quite get it. The water level establishes the horizontal. Not the other way around. The water level establishes horizontal.
Okay, so what you would need to do is show that horizontal line also remains at the same elevation.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yes.
We've got a test. Yep.
But that's what you have to do to prove.
Yeah, we've got a test. We've already done it. Yes. We know. We know. In order to prove that level is horizontal, we need to make sure that all the points in between those two lie on that horizontal plane.
Okay, yes. So how far apart were these little water levels?
Each water level was 400 meters long.
400 meters?
Yes.
Okay. So, and when you measured it, you measured a perfect straight line between each and every one of them.
It's a horizontal plane.
That's what I'm asking. Was it a perfect straight? And that line, that
the
horizontal
water
line
level establishes a horizontal plane. Yeah.
Yes. So that line was a perfect straight line between all of them. Correct.
Horizontal. Yeah.
No deviations. That there could be no deviations.
Definitely not. No.
Because even 400 meters, 400 meters isn't a lot.
No.
Because if there's any error, it's going to be very small. It's going to be very small error.
Do you know what your model dictates at whatever you think is a small error? Do you know small error that you...
What is that?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. It's your model.
No, I thought you were going to tell me.
It's a horizontal plane.
Sure. I know it's very small.
When the water levels adjust, they're a horizontal plane. That's what I'm telling you. Straight horizontal plane. You know what a horizontal plane is. Yeah.
I'm asking you how you.
But you don't even know what your model's got, do you? You haven't got a clue. What deviation from that horizontal plane does your model dictate?
Okay, so why are we jumping away from this? Because I'm trying to make sure that this horizontal line between every water level was perfectly level the entire length of those water levels.
Yeah, it's a water level.
We need to make sure that horizontal line was also level with those
make sure you could turn
water
it into
levels, right?
Yeah.
Because
it's a
if there's
water
any
level.
deviation of it, then that
It's a
would
water
mean
level.
it's
Do you
not
know,
level.
Do you know how water levels work?
Yeah, we've been over this.
Right. Okay.
To answer your question, yes.
So this
If
line,
it's not horizontal, it will flow.
Okay,
Sam,
so this.
If it's not horizontal, it will flow.
Okay.
Do you understand
cool.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so did we establish that the horizontal line between all of your water levels was perfectly straight with no deviation?
Horizontal, yes.
Okay, can we see
each of the water levels establish their own level?
Can we see this, like where you established this horizontal line that was perfect with no deviation between every one of those water?
No, the water establishes that. You can't tell water not to do that. It's always going to do that.
You guys are saying, now we're saying two different things, because
no, we're not.
I said the only way to know for
you're
sure
saying something
establish
different.
A perfectly straight line.
Yes, a horizontal.
Every single one of those water levels.
Yes, a horizontal.
That remains at the same elevation above the surface as the water levels.
Yes, a horizontal.
Now you guys are just telling me the water made that line.
Yes.
You guys didn't actually put a line to prove that elevation was maintained.
The water did it.
You're just telling me.
Zero pressure state.
So the problem is that we have two possibilities.
Is that the problem, that we're telling you this?
No. So the problem is we have two possibilities.
Yep.
Either we're on a flat Earth. They were all perfectly level with each other.
A water level establishes a horizontal plane.
Was a perfectly straight line between all.
Talking about water, Sam, not Earth.
Yes, I know.
Are we talking about flat Earth then?
I don't.
Sorry.
Okay, so either the Earth is perfectly level or flat or whatever.
No, the water, Sam. Sam, water. Sam.
So whatever it was, they were all perfectly level and straight.
The water doesn't give a shit. Hey, wait. The water doesn't give a shit what the Earth's doing below it.
Exactly.
Okay, so you guys need to allow me to finish here.
Right, we'll stop talking shite.
So there's two possibilities.
Here, sir, ever.
I'm saying that there's two possibilities. I'm saying you can't jump to one conclusion.
Not with water, there isn't.
Well, yes, there is, because we just established that you guys didn't.
Let him go with his model affliction, though. Let's hear what his other possibility that the water's going to do. Go on.
Okay, so again, you guys didn't have this perfectly straight line that met every single one of your water levels that maintained the same elevation above the ground.
We did. We had a shared straight line segment.
But
forget about that. Forget about what we did, right? You tell us why you think we didn't do that.
Now we're changing topics?
No. What's your problem with what we did with our water level? You tell us.
I just told you.
Because go on. What is the water level doing then? If it's not horizontal, go on.
So again, the other scenario would be is if let's all pretend we're on a globe for a second, and what the model of the globe says is that
you've got two options.
All mass is attracted towards the center.
Drop and hump.
So all that would mean is that all those water levels were at the same elevation above the center of the Earth.
Drop or hump. Drop or hump.
Which would not be a horizontal plane, right?
That's incorrect anyway.
You could draw a horizontal line between two of them, sure.
So where would the water go? Would it drop or would it hump?
What?
Would the water level drop from where you are?
Would the water level drop?
In the distance. If you were to establish a horizontal plane, would the water level drop from it?
Does it? Okay, so are you asking if it drops in elevation, or does it just appear to drop from you?
From the horizontal, you moron! Jesus, man, you are either here to deceive, or you are deflecting on purpose, or are just plain.
Okay, can I try?
You just kind of freaking out here.
Okay, like, Sam, I think I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's say you have 5 points along that water level, yeah?
Okay.
Will there be a different angle if you drew a straight line, or how to phrase this. If I drew a straight line then from point 1 to 5, and then another straight line from point 1 to 2, would those two lines form an angle? Or would they in fact be the same straight line?
So between 1 and 5, a line between 1 and 5 and a line 1 and 2. And we're saying this on a globe, right?
Well, yeah, in this scenario.
Plane, right? That's what I'm trying to... Okay, so on a globe here. So between 2 and 1, so you said 400 meters apart? Let me think here. Just 1 second.
I'll get it on.
I kind of got to draw this out to make sure I get this right.
I'll draw our test out for you.
So yeah, there would appear to be a small angle. I don't think it'd be very big.
So where do you get those straight lines from?
Because so what, like, if you're asking just to draw an arbitrary, like, imaginary straight line.
No, I'm asking if that's what your idea is. If that we just draw arbitrary lines. Is that what you are saying? Is my question.
Well, I thought that was in the question when you said drawing a line between 1 and 5.
That was about the angle between those lines. Yeah, if there's a different angle from point 1 to 2, then there will be from point 1 to 5. Yeah, but when you're asking earlier about checking whether they are making a straight line, a plane, are you then suggesting in that question that we just draw an arbitrary line alongside the water level to make sure? Is that your question?
So are you asking me how to make sure your line is straight? Is that what you're asking?
I don't think you understand that it is the surface of the water that is the point that it establishes the line, the plane. Yeah, it's not Bev that does it, it's the water level, yeah.
You can use a water level to establish a horizontally straight line at a location, yes.
Locally, you're saying, yeah?
Yes.
He's just another robot.
How big is local?
No.
How big is local?
It's local. He just said it's local.
Yeah, it's not a like nobody uses a level, but they would level a house for 5 kilometers. That doesn't make any sense.
No, but they use the water level.
So the word local is kind of relative, don't you think? Like it could be like the hallway, it could be down the street, it could be my neighborhood, it could be my city, it could be my entire state, right? It's kind of relative, the word itself, right?
So what's relative, sorry?
The word local could mean different things, yes?
I mean, yeah, in that sense, yes. You can.
Yeah, so it's relative.
Mean different things, yes.
It's relative, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And you have put it in context with the word horizontal. You have added relativity into the word horizontal, which the word horizontal itself is not relative. It is very strictly defined, sir. You cannot put relativity in with horizontal, because the second you do that, you violate the law of identity within logic. Horizontal is horizontal. It cannot be not horizontal. That does not work, sir.
So yes, but we said local was the thing that was relative.
And I said that's the problem. I said you can't do that.
Breaking the law of identity.
So because
using local.
Because we're using it in
it's a fallacious
using a level.
No. It's an error in logic, is what it is. It's a huge, massive error in logic you're doing right there.
It's not, because we're using the level in the context.
Hey, I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to point it out, and whoever else wants to talk. Yeah. It's definitely a huge major. I didn't say it was a contradiction. I said you're breaking the law of identity.
Yeah,
horizontal is horizontal. It is nothing but horizontal.
Yeah,
either it is or it is not. Horizontal, yeah.
You're talking about horizontal. I'm talking about local.
Yeah, but that doesn't work. That doesn't exist. That's a fantasy. It's an error in logic. Don't you listen?
What do you mean?
I'm saying horizontal is horizontal.
You're saying local is relative, and I agree.
Yeah, but horizontal is not.
You can't use local with the term horizontal. You cannot use the term local
just means that
with the word horizontal. No, your location is a point.
Yes.
Go to Euclid and
in the context
show us
of
the definition of a point. No, go to Euclid, and what is the definition of a point?
What
a point
cannot like a one-dimensional point has no distance? Like, yes, I know that a point has no actual distance, is one-dimensional. Like, that's fine. Okay. When I'm saying locally, it means in the context.
A point isn't one-dimensional. A point is zero-dimensional.
Okay, cool. So yes, zero-dimensional. All right, whatever. So
what do you mean when you just say whatever?
Yeah.
When he pointed something out to you right there, and you just said whatever. Really?
Because it's semantics. It's whatever.
It's not semantics. That's why he pointed it out to you. It's not semantics. It's an important point, and you just waved it away.
I just agreed with him that I misspoke. It's zero-dimensional. So I said,
that renders your point invalid, don't you see?
No, it doesn't, because we don't say it's level at a point. When we say at this point, we don't mean a zero-dimensional point. We just mean a point at which I am standing. We don't mean that point is zero-dimensional. We mean
so you have taken the word point out of context.
Correct. No, because
yes, correct. Thank you.
No, because you guys are trying to use this like baseline.
No, you're changing the word to fit what you're saying.
I'm just using the layman's terms.
Bev, can I ask him a question? When does this water start to bend into a ball?
Don't give him the ball, Neil. But go on. Okay, you're already admitting that there's a horizontal there, right?
So anyway, so we don't mean local as a 0 point. We just mean it as this area of which you are standing in the context of what a single person would use it for. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about
areas are measured, right?
You don't talk about using a level to establish a plane into infinity, because nobody does that.
That's not horizontal plane is infinite, though, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, as long as it has no beginning and end, yeah, it would be infinite. But
a horizontal plane.
Nobody uses that.
A horizontal plane would be infinite.
Yes, but nobody. My point is, nobody.
Did you? That. You just said yes. Can I just clarify that you actually understand what you said then? Yes.
Yes, a horizontal plane is infinite, but nobody uses an infinite horizontal plane.
Let me just run you through a little bit of geometry, real life geometry.
Please do.
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, right?
Yes, to a plane, yes.
Okay, now a horizontal plane has all of the perpendiculars to it being parallel, right?
To a plane.
So what's perpendicular to a horizontal? Could you just remind me?
A vertical.
Okay, so all the verticals that are perpendicular to a horizontal plane would be parallel, right?
To a horizontal plane, yes.
Okay. Sweet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No,
is that all?
That's fine.
He obviously doesn't understand geometry so much that he doesn't realise what he's just said.
I see what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to
not try to do anything. No, I've just run you through some geometry.
No, that's what you're doing. You're saying horizontals are parallel with a horizontal plane, and
he's
verticals
just using logic against your e-logic.
Okay, cool. That's terrific. That's terrific.
Yeah,
but did you prove that it's a horizontal plane?
Yeah, and all perpendiculars to that plane are vertical.
But how did you prove it was a horizontal plane?
Did we not run through this earlier?
No, that's
he's just circling back like all robots do.
I pointed out the problems with it, and nobody said anything. You guys just kept jumping to other semantics.
Mm-hmm. It's just semantics.
I'm curious, what's local to you? What do you consider local?
Okay.
He's got an infinite horizontal plane, so I'm not too sure what local is anymore.
With all perpendiculars being vertical to it.
Yeah, I'm just curious. What, like in your mind, what number would you give? 10 meters, 30 meters, a mile? What's local to you?
Local, I mean, like, what? Like, if I'm going to use a level,
because we know it's not a point.
So if I'm going to use a level, like I would use it for like leveling something in a house, leveling a floor, leveling, your walls, your ceiling.
Okay, so let's start with the floor. You level a floor, right? Yeah, let's say whatever, a floor 10 by 12, let's say a room, right? Something. You level it, right? You agree to this?
Yeah, sure.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Okay, now, how far can you envision extending that level out?
I can't give you an estimate because I don't know where the line's drawn. I know when you're using the water levels that you're talking about, that's just to establish elevation, not a horizontal line.
Yeah, right? Yeah, but you've been to a Walmart, you've been to warehouses, right?
Yeah.
You've seen like how far would you say you can extend that works, like that cement works or whatever, tile work? How far do you think you can extend it before whatever in your mind starts to happen?
Honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head. That's not something I ever really looked into, is how far I can use my this one reference of my one level for before there's some deviation you got to really start to think of. That's not something I've ever had to do.
I've leveled floors up to 400 feet. I do floors for a living.
Okay, so 400 feet, cool.
You already said infinitely.
No, I said a plane is infinite.
That's what a level floor would be.
Yeah, we're just extending it to reality, Sam. We're just extending it to reality. Forget the plane, right? Reality.
Nobody constructs an infinitely large floor with a level.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you, think of yourself logically, how far, once you establish that level surface, right? How many square feet we established, right?
Yeah, someone just said
how far can you extend that level?
Building on it, bro. If you build a 10 square foot floor, you can just make it 100, and you can make it 1,000. You just make it bigger. You just do what you did to
that's not
make
really
it
how
10.
that works. You can't just
that is, bro.
Make it infinitely bigger.
That's how you build, bro. Have you never built anything? If I was going to build a house and the square footage of my if the square footage of my house is 1,200 feet, and then I want to build a 12,000 square foot house, I'm going to do the exact same thing I did with the concrete for 1,200 feet. I'm just going to do it 10 times as much. But this is how it works. Have you never built anything?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you do it infinitely large.
We're saying you can extend it. You can extend it.
Because my point is there is a limit to things.
And
okay, what is that limit, Sam?
I don't know.
Forget about the infinite plane. We'll put that aside.
Then how do you know there's a limit? How do you know there's a limit if you're just going to say, I don't know?
There's always a limit.
You can't say, I don't know, there is. That's a contradiction. When you say, I don't know, there is, that's a logical contradiction. You're saying, it is, but I don't know what it is. So, therefore, it is not.
No, because...
Good job, man.
Because there's always a limit on everything, right? No matter what you're doing. Like when you're machining something.
Okay, can I stop you and ask you a couple of questions?
You're going to build a straw man now?
Yeah, can...
No, it's the same idea.
Yeah, Mobius, I hear you.
He's going to build the straw man with his...
Well, give me a sec, guys.
Yeah,
the reason why it's able to be extended is because it is what it is. It's infinite. If it weren't infinite, you wouldn't be able to extend 100 feet, let alone anything else. You wouldn't be able to extend it a foot if it weren't infinite. The reason why you're able to extend it at all is because it is infinite.
No, so when I say extend it into infinity, I don't mean we can't.
We're not extending it to infinity. We're extending it however long we need to. But the reason why we're able to extend it at all is because it is infinite. That's what proves that it is infinite. Because you're able to extend it at all. It's logical.
Without a deviation from straight. Without a deviation from straight.
See, so you're just kind of jumping to the conclusion there that because
no.
Here, I can extend it infinitely.
What do you mean jumping to the conclusion?
Because again, there are limitations to things, right?
What would impede you, Sam? What is the limitation in your mind? What would impede this extension?
It's why they would build bridges in sections, right? Because you can't just take a whole bridge and build it one piece and slap it down. Because you'll create structural weaknesses by creating like that. It'll become too long. It'll collapse under its own weight. You need to break it into sections. You need to, understand that you can't just build everything in one piece, right?
Of course, I didn't say one piece. You have to have what are they called?
Expansion
Stress
joints.
cracks, or what they put between the slabs. Yeah, we're not talking about that. We're talking about level.
Yes, but that's what I mean. You're not going to build anything like that. So you can't say, oh, because I do my floor with a level, I can use it infinitely, because that's not what's done.
You keep it.
So what would it
level
be?
line is projectable infinitely. It is a horizontal, Sam. You have admitted that.
The line is infinite, not what you're doing is infinite.
What would make the line bend then?
Hang on a minute,
Sam?
SE.
Nobody's saying the line's bending.
Nobody said what they are doing is infinite. Why are you misrepresenting everything everybody says, Sam?
I'm not representing anything.
I've been listening to this for about 10 minutes, and all you have done is overtalk people, circle back on what you've said, and misrepresent people. Now, can you stop talking for just a little while and listen to what these people are saying to you? Do yourself a favour.
I have been.
No, you haven't. You've been constantly talking.
People have been constantly jumping in as I've been talking. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Do yourself a favour, Sam. Wind your neck in and listen to what they are saying to you.
So anyways, we were talking about what I'm getting at is the work you do. You don't work into infinity. There's going to be
nobody ever said they did, Sam.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Why are you misrepresenting them yet again?
We're in agreement, aren't we?
Can you answer a simple question, Sam?
Can I wait a minute?
Horizontal, yes.
Can I just come in here and point out that we do have competing streams tonight. There is a adult Globe Earth Discord server that is doing a stream about level not being horizontal, right? So this is the place where we say we have the proof that level is horizontal. Now, we can't go over there and represent level being horizontal on the other stream. So I would just like to say that we, being the people that like to have clarity and the understanding of all of the definitions and everything that we are dealing with as we are going forward to talk about the subject that we are talking about. Now, as it's level, which is our subject that we're talking about, right? We are the experts on this, more so than surveyors. Because no surveyors have looked into this level like we have. There's no surveyors that I'm aware of
surveyors
that have ever checked that level is horizontal. Right? So we do have a little bit more knowledge on this than most people. We've done the tests. We have the proof. But in order for us to get to that proof, we need clarity in what we are talking about. And all I've experienced tonight is somebody going round in circles with no definitions in anything that they're talking about. You've not even defined what it is you're talking about when you say earth curve. Because you keep referring to water. Which is really strange. It doesn't comport. It's like an Alice in Wonderland sort of bullshit. So, can we go forwards with some sort of clarity? Because I take it, when we say level is horizontal, you're saying, no, it's not, are you? Is that the position you're taking?
I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean so.
It doesn't necessarily, like it's a definite horizontal, like a statement. Level is horizontal is a statement, right? That we are making. Now, do you either agree with it or do you disagree with it?
Can you say that again? I was just I was addressing something in chat.
Okay, I say, I'll make it very clear. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Do you agree or disagree.
So if we have a horizontal plane,
can we get a yes or a no, please, so this can get over with, please?
No, because I'm being specific in my answer.
Yeah, he's asking a yes or a no question, bro.
So I am giving a specific answer.
Yeah, that's either a yes or a no, man. Come on, don't waste everybody's time.
No, I'm going to make sure that I answer.
Please, yes or no.
So, if it's a horizontal plane and you have a straight line perfectly level with it, yes, it'll be straight. It'll be flat. Like, I don't disagree with that when it comes to a horizontal plane.
So where would it not be? Where would level not be a straight line on a horizontal plane? Where would that happen?
It wouldn't happen because it's a horizontal plane.
So level is a horizontal plane, right? Level is horizontal. Statement.
No. That is not what that means.
What?
How can you agree then disagree?
No, because you're talking specifically about horizontal planes. Like,
yes,
that's the difference. Level isn't specifically about horizontal planes. That is not what level means.
Go on, what's level then to you?
It's about elevation, no height or no difference in height.
All horizontal planes are parallel, and level will always be
a straight line.
Yes, but
a straight line on one of those horizontal planes. Yeah.
Yes, you're talking about horizontal planes.
Yes.
Okay. But that doesn't mean you're talking about the Earth.
Wait, no, I know. Okay. I've never been talking about the Earth. We're not talking about the Earth
if you're talking
at
about
all.
Just a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Yes.
And level establishing that horizontal plane.
Yes, if it's a level line above a horizontal plane, then yes.
No, the level is a tool that establishes the horizontal plane.
Yeah. Okay, so a horizontal plane, yes.
Yeah.
When we're referencing a horizontal plane.
Yeah, when that's what levels do. They're tools for establishing horizontal planes. They don't do anything else, levels.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. I mean, that's...
Is there anything else? Because
we're living in reality, right?
Because right now you're trying to conclude, because I used a level and got a horizontal line, therefore the Earth is also level.
No, I'm just trying to see and comport whether we live in the same reality. Now, we use levels, the tools, for establishing horizontal planes. We can measure a vertical distance from that horizontal plane and measure an elevation change. I mean, that's what the horizontal plane is for.
Yes, but they don't use that horizontal plane for infinite distance. That's been my point.
But you use the datum points that are established by the tools for moving that elevation datum.
Yes, in that area, yes.
Well, everywhere. That's how you know how high a mountain is, because somebody has established the change in vertical from a horizontal plane, right? They've done that.
Yes, in reference to some height above something.
Yeah.
That being
a reference datum. Yeah. Normally sea level.
Yes, that being sea level, yes.
Yeah. Are you in America?
No, I'm north of that.
Okay. Canada?
Yes.
Right, well, you'll get your datum from the Great Lakes.
More's the pity.
Okay, and that's fine, but that doesn't mean that the Earth follows that horizontal line.
Nobody said it did.
I hope you know that. Okay.
Nobody said it did like that. But level being horizontal, being the reference frame that we use to be able to establish any mapping and all of that sort of stuff. So, horizontal distances being the shortest distance between points means you can triangulate and triangulate positions and put them on maps.
So just to give context for what I'm talking about, if you're on a globe Earth and someone in New York sets up a level for whatever reason to establish some horizontal line somewhere, some person in London cannot use that same line of reference and expect it to be at the same level.
He'll have his oown level, right? I mean,
exactly.
you do realize when you just said then, on a globe Earth, right? You have a picture of something in your head. And that's what you're trying to do. But I mean, you have to realize that model only exists in your mind.
Well, I mean, it exists in reality.
Well, horizontal to me is the same as horizontal to you, right? I don't have to imagine a model to imagine me with a horizontal and you with a horizontal, a level, right? The model doesn't come into it. We've both got horizontals, right?
Yes, you can have your own horizontal line from where you're at, sure.
Have you heard of T-shirt logic? Have you heard of T-shirt logic?
Shout out T-shirt logic.
Yeah, right, well, here we go. T-shirt logic states that if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other.
Okay.
Right. Now, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, established fact, even within mathematics. So therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other, as we know, because that's what
I don't think that's an agreeable statement. If that were true, I could agree, but I would not conclude that all horizontal lines are parallel.
I said horizontals, which are they're planes, aren't they? We know that.
Yes, but you said the horizontal plane of the horizon.
Yeah, no,
is parallel.
No. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's how they're described mathematically.
Okay, so you're saying because I can draw a horizontal line at the horizon.
No, I said all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah.
Okay, so because I can draw a horizontal line that is parallel with the horizontal plane of the horizon, they're therefore all horizontal with each other.
Yeah, if you establish a level with a level and look out, it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, always, every time.
But again, you'd have to prove the geometry of what you're standing on.
You can feel free to disprove a horizontal being not parallel to the plane of the horizon anytime you want. I mean, falsify it away, off you go.
The thing is, for your statement to be true, you have to prove the geometry of the surface.
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, provably, because you cannot find me a horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon. So, geometrically, all you have to do is find a geometric statement that states a parallel line or straight lines parallel to a plane, but not in the same plane, would be parallel to each other.
I would argue you could almost do this with people at the same latitude at the same time of night, looking up at the stars.
You'd have to be thinking of a model rather than just going with the logical fact.
Right? There's going to be different angles. There's going to be, especially if you look upon the horizon and see different constellations at different points.
Holy shit! What does that prove again?
Horizontals.
Because they're not all along.
His T-shirt logic broke him.
Wasn't Primate just talking about?
I'm buying that T-shirt.
Yeah, you get yourself a T-shirt. Come on.
Stars prove that horizontal lines aren't parallel.
Okay.
Yeah, see how stupid that sounds? Maybe come back down there, buddy.
So again, ignoring Rakia's interruption again, you could almost use that at your
almost use the stars to do what again?
Okay, are you done yet?
No, if you're going to go to the stars, then this conversation is over.
Okay, then you can deafen yourself if you're getting triggered.
Don't tell me what to do, sir, because
okay, well, stop freaking out like a little girl.
It will not.
Hey, shut up. Okay, I'm just going to turn him down.
He deafened me?
He's going to be like a man-child. He can go down
big
to
mistake. Hang on
20
1 second. Give me 1 second, sir. I'll be right with you. What's your name?
All right, so like I was saying, like
he's gonna find out some button somewhere or something.
So like I said, like we can go at.
Thank you, Ricky. I've been wanting to do that for so long.
Mute me.
Come on, he's exhausted.
No, mute you, sir.
Nice one, Ricky.
Good job.
To the stars. That was the end of it anyway.
Certainly was for him anyway.
This guy was
he agreed with us more than anybody else has though before. And
well, he made a few mistakes there, and he's going to have to mulligan them. He'll got tricked. He got tricked.
He'll come back with some new strategies.
I've got a drawing up on the board of our particular test if anybody wanted to work through it with him. But I mean, Spot On and maybe Spot On might want to have a go, or he's gone.
I don't get muted or deafened. Let that be clear to everyone.
Yeah, just make it clear that Blue, I've got a GIF up, is actually doing a live stream at the moment to say that level is not horizontal. We're going to have to go over it at some point. I don't want to be live streaming it while he's live streaming it and going over it, but if anybody wants to just go and check out and see what rubbish is being said, but you've got the anti-Bev group over there, no doubt. All of the hate, the level benders.
So that would be the anti-level group.
Well, no, because they have a bent level. They have circular levels, don't they? I mean,
what is it? Bendizontal again? How do you say it?
Bendizontal. That's the fella.
That local level is making a return, man.
Yeah.
Get on it. I've heard that like 20 times today. I've asked several different people, well, where has it become not local? Well, blah, 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 to the stars.
The other day we had a guy, he had two different local horizontals. One was 2 microns and one was, 12,000 kilometers. It gets crazy.
That was Charles, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But
that was, again, we had Stingray in earlier, and there is a serious problem. Every time that anyone's ever said to you, flat earthers don't understand X, right? Replace the flat earther bit for the person telling you that, right? Now, how many times have you ever heard flat earthers don't know trigonometry? That's because these guys haven't looked into it. They don't know what trigonometry is. They don't know the foundings of trigonometry in geometry and how it is like it is. And the fact that they need 180 degrees in a triangle. But
those angles are killers.
Yeah, but recently...
wasn't it? Oh, go on. I was just going to say, wasn't it the Rumpus that tried telling us that they didn't actually use trigonometry in the Trigonometric Survey of India?
That was FP Pilot.
Yeah.
That was FP Pilot.
Yeah.
My bad.
Right, so anyway, but the other one is scale. You don't understand scale. And the reason they've said that is they don't understand scale. So how would you understand what their misunderstanding of scale would be in the first place? Because Stingray, shockingly, didn't understand what scale is. When they say scale, they mean a bigger size.
Yeah, the size of something.
They
not
don't
the 1-to-1 ratio or 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 ratio. Yeah, they think it's just size.
Yeah. Because scale is measured 1-to-1. In reality, there are people locally measuring distances, and then what they do is they go and put those onto a map or whatever, and then they add them all together. Local measurements to get a larger distance, and then when it gets too big, they have to change the scale of that map. so they can put it on a piece of paper. So they just proportionalize the 1 to 1 from reality to say 1 to 2. It's half scale. 1 to 4, it's 4 times smaller than the original. Like 1 inch or 4 inches on the map equals 1 inch. That's 1 to 4, 4 to 1. That's the scale of the map.
We often get them on prints to do 1/8 equals 1 foot. That's so they can put the project on one page.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it just depends on the size of it, what scale they'll use. But yeah, that was surprising by Stingray. He didn't know. He blatantly didn't know and admitted it. That was kind of strange.
Yeah. And also this other one about the XYZ coordinate system. I mean, they've got to see that. You know, that's vertical and horizontal plane. XYZ, I mean, it's right there in front of you.
XYZ spells reality. Anything below that or above that starts into the, just whatever. I mean, theoretical, or you're just trying to put something on a piece of paper or think about it or whatever. XYZ is reality.
Mm-hmm. I think that was ordered.
The problem is everybody's conditioned to a ball.
Not round here, Neil.
Yeah, I'm saying when we all went to school, or when I went to school, that's what I was taught. It wasn't until 2016 that I started looking into things. But the schooling system, they're conditioning people to a model.
Models all over the place. They're conditioning people to all sorts of different models. You're being bombarded daily.
Right. You can watch, because I watch sporting events and all the commercials. I lost count one time with the heliocentric nonsense that's spewed out of that television into people daily.
Neil, isn't it funny in school, if you're talking about motion, you do tests like you get marbles out or you do whatever, right? When you're talking about the model of where they taught us where we lived, which I was taught I lived on a sphere also, we never went and measured the curvature of water or whatever. I mean, nothing. It just was shown in a book and a picture and on a globe or wherever. Here's where you live. It's just conditioning. It's nothing was backed up. No reference. No, tests. Nothing. Everything else I did in physics and science, we tested things, except for that.
Right. That's why it was so shocking to me at first, because I'm like, what do you mean there's no proof? I went through everything with my brother for like 2 weeks. I literally harassed him. What about NASA? What about this? What about that? And then when I just couldn't find any proof of this spinning water ball, I was like, wow, we're not on a ball. And then it made perfect sense.
Can I ask you, Neil, how long have you been in this?
I think 2016? 2016.
Oh, okay, not good while.
Hey, thanks for joining, Neil.
Well, I can tell you can discuss all the nuances if you want, the space deal, the stars and all that. But if you stick to logic, geometry, and which is basically the same thing, there's no defeating it. You can't get around logic. As soon as you do, you sound illogical, which is very easy to spot. So
I'm trying to get that through to my son now, but he just keeps bringing up the 2 points in the sky nonsense.
Yeah, maybe just leave it alone. I mean, what I'm saying. Some no matter if they're your son or not, some people are just stuck, right? They just in that groove, and you can't blame them, because I was stuck too. I mean, so I found just to move on, let it be.
No, but what's frustrating is he's stuck in the model, and he just won't realize it, that he's stuck in a model.
Yeah, but just be careful. I mean, no matter what, right? It doesn't. That's your son, so respect his beliefs and maybe just go on, because if you really dig in deep like a tick, it'll get infected, and that's trouble, especially in a family. It never works out good. Oh, just tell him I respect what you say. You just gotta look into it a little more, and we'll look into it together. When the times are right. But if it's argumentative and all that, just let it be. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Usually happens at the dinner table. He always comes down with something.
Well said, Dave. Sorry, Neil. I was just say, well said, Dave.
These kids think they're smart, man. They're in these and they're in these video rooms and chat rooms, and they're talking about Discord servers. They're into it, man. A lot of the kids are into this, and they love science, man. They just love it. It's their go-to, right? The fantasy. They can't believe in Santa Claus anymore, so they go to the next best thing. So that outer space mystery of, even though there's no proof of anything living out there except for us here on Earth, the possibility is amazing, right? It's just crazy to think about, and they just use all these words that make them feel good, but you just can't break them of it sometimes. Try and convince a 4-year-old that Santa doesn't exist, or a 6-year-old. It's pretty tough.
Yeah, that's Santa Claus.
I was just gonna say, I think Rakia is right about trying to let them have their understanding, be respectful. But I will say that Neil being Italian, because I am as well, that's not so easy to do. So if anybody's belonged to an Italian family before, it is not easy.
What's frustrating to me is my son is very smart, and I know he gets it, but he just can't let go of it.
That's us stubborn Italians, Neil. It's just the way it is.
It's one of those things. This whole thing is a personal journey, the proofs and everything. And yeah, sometimes it might just drop on. I mean, the amount of times we've been here going over things with people, and the amount of silly things that people pick up on. It goes in, I'm pretty sure that all of that information goes in, but it does take that one little something, right? The logos has to get involved in it before it actually drops.
Hey, Bev, what were you saying on Nathan's show a couple of weeks ago, that because it appears that we see in like a circular, right? But we don't.
What do you mean?
Oh, when you turn around 360 degrees in a circle on the spot.
Yeah, every time you look out, you see a horizontal horizon. So it was DP that said it. That was the start of the T-shirt logic, really. That one conversation that DP had once. He said, how many straight lines does it take to make a circle? And I guess that's what you're asking, right, Neil?
Yeah, they don't make it never makes a circle.
Well, that's what happens every time you look out.
Yeah.
Horizontal parallel with the horizon. How does it happen?
But I don't know if it's because of our eyes, the way we see.
No. It's different, Neil. You're turning 360 degrees. You're not seeing 360 degrees or seeing a circle. You're seeing horizontal lines.
Correct. Yeah, I know.
Well, how many horizontal lines does it take to make a circle?
You can't. It doesn't make a circle. It never does.
There you go.
Right, so you're not making a circle then, right? You think you might see a circle, and people have told you see circles, and people have told you can do wonderful things with all sorts of things, but you think about it logically, you're just not making a circle. So you can't pretend it is a circle. Only mentally.
I stopped saying, Neil, is we don't see too far. I stopped saying that.
I don't say that either.
We see as far as we're able to see on that particular site, right? Like at that particular time.
That actually frustrates me when flat earthers say you see too far. I'm like, no, don't say that. We see what we can see.
Well, your eyes play tricks on you constantly. It's nothing new. Like, there's all different ways to prove it to yourself, or, there's optical illusions that are just, you can draw them. You can look in the atmosphere, look down something. You can do all kind of things to fool yourself. You just have to realize that, the proof is in the logic. The proof is in the ability to go out and have something tangible, repeatable, go measure something and let someone else measure it. That sort of thing can start adding up to letting you have proof of something. This guy comes in and just tells us what he thinks or feels.
Look at this guy that was just in here, right? I do floors. I can continually level floors for 1,000 feet. And then when I'm done, that's all going to be level, straight, flat.
Yeah.
You see, they actually see that, but he didn't want to commit to a distance, because I think that's where they hit the event horizon cognitive dissonance. That's where it goes bam, like they get a shot to the head right there.
The realization is, Rumpus has done this to them, and there's plenty of them that have done it to him now. The ballers are done. There's no such thing as a horizontal plane on the globe. The hardcore globers will tell you it doesn't exist. I don't know why they even named it horizontal in the first place, because it doesn't exist on a globe. So what choice have you got? It has to be a globe, so horizontals just have to go. I'm afraid that's the way it is now. The globers have to say it.
They can't call it a horizon no more. They got to call it a ball-izon.
Well, they just they redefine everything, as we've found out with the logic, and Saragaki bringing the 3 laws of the law of identity. It's the first thing to go. They just make up a new definition of something that fits the model, and that's all they need to do. It's literally not worth talking to them in order for you to try and have a constructive conversation. It doesn't exist anymore.
It's good to let the people listen. Like when I was questioning him about the floor, Neil comes in and says, I do this for a living. What do you mean we can't? I can level a floor. That's priceless. I had no clue, Neil, that was good. Let the people hear, Rakia can talk to you about construction all day long, leveling floor, cement,
That's the difference. Good. It's the practical side of it.
Reality, yeah.
The people that have touched reality, that's it.
Listen to what they told me one time, that I don't realize it, but every time I measure, I'm measuring to the center of a ball.
Yeah.
They picture that. That's what they picture in their mind. Yeah.
Oh, Betty. Hey, come on in, Betty. It's a free-for-all. He says, of course a horizontal plane can exist on a globe. Yeah, because the globe is a mental construct that you have in your mind. Yeah. A horizontal plane exists in reality. Yeah. Yeah, it's perpendicular to a plumb bob. Yeah, exactly. Perpendicular is geometric and it's straight lines. Only a right line can make a perpendicular.
New York City right now, my wife just showed me a picture, not to say change the subject, but it's like, I'd say 30 blocks of cops because of those 2 cops that got killed. 30 blocks of blue. You can't even see. There's no space. This is amazing to me.
And you know what else is amazing, Neil? In Ottawa, Canada, there's like 30,000 trucks, semi-trucks. You guys should check that out. That's some big things happening in Canada.
Yeah, my wife telling me about that. The world is changing real fast.
Oh, I've just had a look. It looks like Blue's restreaming at our stream we did the other night. He's got quite a few people watching him. 108 people.
All
so
right.
More people are watching what we did the other day.
Well, there are more ball believers than flat earthers, although we have made progress.
It's good they're debunking level being horizontal.
I can't wait to see that video on the bridge, on Rakia's bridge. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna debunk level being horizontal, you're gonna have to throw Euclid and logic out with that same bathwater.
We're gonna have to throw the whole river out.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to go over that at some point, definitely, because if Blue's going over, I don't know which one he's gone over. Whether it was, I don't know.
Yeah, but they're still talking about the same things. They're still talking about how the bottoms of buildings are not visible. They still believe that the horizon is Earth curve. I mean, if you go there, it's like going back to 2015, 2016. I can't do it.
What they're doing is, Blue, at the minute, is because we brought in the T-shirt logic because Betty, thanks Betty, he went and dropped T-shirt logic right over in the heart of the Adult Globe Earth Discord server, and we told him not to, because I said, don't take it over there, Betty, because this is reality-based logic, right? It's not flat Earth stuff. And don't take it over there to the Adult Globe Earthers, because they'll try and debunk it and they'll go crazy because you can't debunk reality. It's a problem. But he took it over there, the same. And then now, Blue's sort of picked up on it because obviously the Betty thinks he's got some logic and he can debunk logic. And he's going to write them some globe logic soon. Anytime. Some that helps them prove the globe. Something to counter the horizontal being parallel. Like something to prove that horizontals cannot be real on the globe. That's what everybody else is saying, Betty. So you've lost the horizontals, and now Blue, in that effort, he has to make a level not be horizontal. It's a tough job. Trying to bend a straight line has always been conceptually difficult, Betty. I mean, you should know more than most with your links to logic and geometry, that you have to go outside the realms of Euclidean geometry in order to bend straight lines. Reality-based logic. T-shirt logic, yeah, buddy. He's lolling at us. He thinks we don't know logic. So, yeah, Betty, you said it's perpendicular to a plumb bob. Perpendicular's geometric term, definition 10. Have a look at it. It's one of the first things that we learn in order to do this. So anybody else is free to come in. It's a free for all Friday. As you just heard, we did have somebody in, and he muted a mod. And that's not a good thing, especially when that mod's Rakia. He loves flexing his digital muscle.
You knew what was coming next, though.
So he went, no one says straight lines bend. Lol. Betty,
hold on.
Have you never heard Fight the Flat Earth? Just give me... go on. You have a bit of a chat. I'll find this video for her.
I was just asking on Jose's channel, there's a Rakia life there too. Somebody stealing your identity?
No, there's only one of those. Let's see whether this one.
You know, you're insisting that your flat Earth.
Yeah, because I'm in there saying, how is Rakia life a mod at Jose G. Gonzalez?
Oh, everybody gets a spanner, you mean? Jose does that. Everybody gets a spanner. So then everybody can't get muted. Betty says that nobody says that straight lines bend. So I'm just trying to find... Oh, here we go. We've got straight line education and...
This on this flat earth fuck will only talk about the stuff on a 2D plane. So, that was nice. You know that spherical triangles are things. Triggered. You know that great circle rate roots are things. You know that there isn't one fucking
straight lines don't bend.
This hump and drop is doing a number on people.
No, they don't. That would be called.
I mean, you can keep saying that as much as you want, but every time you say it, you sound like a retard.
It's good, right? Everybody's trying to come to grips with the law of identity now, and I think that's about time.
Yeah, it's about time people started looking into the logic. And thanks, Betty. I really like it.
Exactly,
the way everybody's getting into it. Yeah. And even down to the basic laws of identity. I mean,
yeah,
it's not going to be good for the globe, but I can see what, you know.
I've been saying it for a long time. A cat cannot be a dog. It's that simple. There's no, you know, yeah, they made it into a law, but, you know, you can say it simply.
Right, here we go, Betty. If you can have a listen to this. This is how I came in to this arena. Oh, yeah. This is a video of where Fight the Flat Earth. Just for you, Betty, in the YouTube chat. Fight the Flat Earth and how to bend straight lines. Just for you, Betty. Just because you think nobody would be that stupid to go that deep into a model to have it dictate to them that straight lines bend. Get ready. Where are you getting back from? Where's he going? Looking forward to discussing postulate 5 when I get back. Triangle axiom, Betty. Good for you. We've got a little bit of a thing tomorrow morning as well with Where's Wally? Hopefully, Where's Wally will be brave enough to come and answer a few questions about his proof, and then we can sort that. We've got a bit of a geometry theme going just recently, especially with the proof thing. Whereas Wally said there is a proof for the globe model, and he's using Euclidean geometry. Rumpus has said that nobody uses Euclidean geometry anymore. You've got to do analytic geometry stuff now. You don't use Euclidean. says Rumpus. And now the big straight line bender thing's coming back, even to the point that they haven't got an horizontal plane. All thanks to you, Betty, I think. And the t-shirt logic.
Betty can't believe his ears, can he?
Yeah. I can't wait to get into the geometry argument, especially to see where the straight line's bending with the level.
Now everything now is the sun, the stars in space. They're going to stay away from the surface.
They can't.
They have to.
They can't. They've got the Beddies took over the t-shirt logic. Well, it's pretty obvious now to everybody that all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. But nobody actually realised the consequences of that before. It's just reality to everybody. Everybody in reality already knows that all the horizontal planes are parallel and the water level establishes a horizontal plane. They're just not aware of this model that they have dictated to them. There's only a certain group of people that have a model that all of this stuff conflicts with. It's only the model afflicted.
Exactly. Here's the model afflicted. Let me read you this. No amount of distance over a flat surface can ever make an object above your altitude ever appear below eye level. We see the sun do this, therefore the earth has curvature. Simple. Now, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just not true. But everybody knows it. I mean, like, I was thinking of saying that these particular arguments that we have, right, like a straight line doesn't curve. Well, they're specific to a certain group. They are group-specific arguments, right? Not everybody out there in the real world will understand when you say a horizontal plane exists in reality, and they'll go, yeah, like that dude just did before, because it's only specific to the model afflicted. When they say, no, there can't be, not on my model. The model doesn't have horizontal planes.
So you abandon logic then?
Yeah. Yeah, they specifically, it's that specific that most people with the model would be sort of, I mean, they take it as take it on board and think about it and go off. But this particular specific group of people that we know, they fight against reality, observed reality, because of the model. Can't do anything about that.
It's hard to fight against logic, though. Yeah. Logic always prevails.
But the people we talk to, they're never going to understand because their model is that strong. Genesis, it's putting me a video about Euclidean geometry in the universe expanding. Oh, isn't that nice? He didn't have to think about us all the time, doesn't he, Genesis?
A mic check here. Do you hear me now?
There we go. How are you doing? Thank you very much.
I had this push to talk installed. That's why I didn't. I was trying to sing. You asked me to sing before this, and I sing a lot, and no one heard it.
Oh yeah, we missed you singing.
Was you singing a Buster melody, Genesis?
Yeah, I tried to sing, yes, but no one heard it. So, have you heard about this Alan Guth?
No.
He's the high priest of the globe Earth.
The expansion man.
He's one of your high priests, is he?
Yeah, he's the big high priest. We have this Cerberus
Bigger than rumpus.
When we talk about physics, and yeah.
Is he a bigger high priest than Rumpus?
No, the biggest high priest I like is I lost the name now.
This guy's a super magician. There's
Who got
magicians.
the Nobel Prize last year. Roger Penrose.
He's your favourite, is he?
He's the highest priest of all.
What do you think about Bertrand Russell?
Yes. No, Bertrand Russell is dead for a long time.
Yeah, I know, but is he not like one of the best?
No, he's just the mathematicians.
Oh,
These ones are physicians.
How did you define one?
If you get the Nobel Prize, you're the best.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I see.
Defining one counts for nothing, obviously.
Yeah.
But...
If you can prove that the Earth is flat, you just enter your
It's
paper.
not, though. I mean, it's observably.
You will get the Nobel Prize.
It's observably not flat, though, Genesis, right? So how could you prove something that is observably not flat to everybody?
You're right. Am I wrong? You're right. It's not flat.
Yeah.
So what are we discussing then?
I don't know. We were discussing your singing, I think. I think we were just giving you marks.
I have a quiz for the panel.
Oh, okay. Well,
do you like it?
Okay.
Haven't heard it yet.
Yeah. One of the panel members is born in the 18th century. Who is that?
I confess, I'm a vampire.
No, I check again. He's gone now.
He's not even here.
It was Möbius. He's born in 1790.
Möbius
is still here.
Yeah. Is he still here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's still here, Möbius. He's born in 1790, so he's over 200 years old. That's impressive.
Did he actually tell you that?
No, I just go on his name.
Oh, he's looking him up.
Must be Möbius.
I get you.
And that is a German scientist, August Ferdinand Möbius, born in 1790. Yeah.
Nice. What was he famous for?
That was going to be my question, but...
He's got Google open. I thought you were going to say Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's your favourite.
No, he is just... He's not a real scientist. He's just a...
What? How could you say that?
Yeah. He has a doctor's degree in astrophysics, I think, but he just says things easy to the audience to understand.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Then, when you say something in an easy way, you have a way to pick on him.
What, that shit looks flat?
Yeah. You say you cannot see the curvature of the Earth on this level or something.
Yeah, what does he know?
Well, what does he know, yeah?
Yeah.
The greatest magic trick.
Yeah, he said the wrong thing, didn't he? He can't be a scientist. It's like, what is gravity? I don't know.
So you mean all scientists doesn't disagree?
What?
Are there no scientists that disagree on anything? Or what?
I don't know.
Definitely. Well,
like what?
I don't know about scientists, but we class them as the scientists.
Peppermint or spearmint type thing.
Tyson was obviously wrong on this one.
He's one of your high priests, isn't he? Or a low priest?
No, of course not.
Define
My high priest is Roger Penrose. and Alan Guth. Alan Guth is the biggest theoretical physicist, I think.
What about Vsauce?
Theoretical physics scientist? What'd you say?
Theoretical physicist, yes.
Theoretical?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound right.
That's always the best physicists, aren't they?
No, but I don't know if he's best, but he's only working with mathematics.
There's no
physical experiments or anything. Just mathematics.
Not a scientist. He's not doing science.
Yeah, you could say that. He just tried to do in mathematical, and then you have other scientists that do the tests and the experiments.
So he just did the maths.
Yeah, he does the maths. Yeah.
Let's everyone else do all the other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just do the numbers. You guys give us the numbers.
Yeah. It's like Einstein. He just did the mathematics, and other people did the testing of his mathematics.
Give me the numbers, and I'll make you a model.
Yeah.
But this is my
Einstein would be
question
nothing without him.
This is my question from the beginning. Where were all the educated when this heliocentric model was being formed?
I didn't get that. One more time.
Where were all the educated people? Where were all the scientists? Where were all the great minds when they were forming this heliocentric model and putting it forth as reality? Where was the
falling in line? They were.
They were all idiots at the time. Now the smart people have come forward, and they call the flat Earth people. They know the truth. And all these guys before them is wrong.
Yeah, I think you might be getting mixed up. Have you been drinking again, Genesis?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. But it doesn't matter, because every time I come here, this DP always said that I say silly things and I should leave.
DP always says that. He doesn't always.
Yeah.
I must admit, I think last time I told you that as well.
You did that also, yeah.
When did I say you say?
Really should leave, yeah.
When did I say you say silly things, Genesis?
You said that last time I was on.
He was saying loads of silly things. I mean, I think he told me he loved me.
Actually, I wasn't here the last time you were on, Genesis. You should take more water with it. I wasn't actually here last time you were.
In spirit you were, though. I mean, he was. You had been drinking, DP.
You always here, DP, yeah?
No, the time you told Bev that you love him, I wasn't here.
I didn't say I loved him. I think he's a nice person.
No, you said you loved me.
No, did I say that?
Yes.
Or maybe I do.
QED, you should take more water with it.
Yeah, Bev is a likable person.
Bev is a very likable person.
He's totally wrong on everything.
Totally wrong. But
he's a nice person. Yeah?
I mean, I could be doing something better with my time, but I thought I'd pop in there and have a chat with you, Ben.
Yeah.
Tell us, why do you like Guth so much?
I don't like him so much. I think all the physicians think he's a god in theoretical physics. I think he's a god for all of them.
But I call him a magician.
Okay. You call everyone that does think
no, him especially.
Yeah.
No, him especially. You know why?
Yeah.
Because he can move universes.
Yeah, maybe he's a magician. But you, SC, is also a magician.
No, but you know what he's famous for, right? Since he's one of your heroes, you said, right?
No, I don't. Tell me.
You don't know what Guth is famous for?
No.
Would you like to know?
Yes, I would love to know that.
Well, I'll be breaking one of our things here because we don't talk about fantasies, but we'll make an exception this time. You know the Big Bang?
Yeah.
Well, there was a problem with the expansion, right? Because their calculations that they didn't work out. Do you know anything about the model at all?
Yeah, the problem was that I lost it now.
Like they said, they couldn't be that big in that short of a time. Like, how did it expand that far and fast, right?
But
Equal
the problem
distribution and all that.
was that in the beginning you have low entropy. That's what I was looking for, because entropy always goes to the low entropy. So that you should have high entropy in the Big Bang in the beginning, and that's a problem.
Right.
But he found out what the problem was. That was I lost it again.
It's okay. Just let me say this: what he did, like the magic that he did, right?
Okay, explain it.
I don't want to dwell in this too long. There was a problem with the mathematics because they got gravity wrong and all this. So they had to come up with something like, well, how did the universe get so big? Blah, 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 right? So this guy came up with the expansion theory. And it happened in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. There's your magic. There's your magician. Doesn't get bigger than that.
But Alan Guth didn't invent the inflation theory.
Yeah, he did. He was one of them.
What is called?
Alan Guth, I believe his name is.
No, he didn't invent the inflation theory.
Yes, he did.
That. You have this Catholic monk who
look it up and you'll see. If I'm wrong, I'll correct myself, but I'm almost positive he was one of them.
I don't think he did, but we can check this out.
Yeah.
But
imagine the person that did. Would you believe such a fantasy?
I don't know, but I mean, Alan Guth is not that old. He's younger than we are, probably. So the Big Bang theory was invented in the 30s or the 40s or something. So
you're gonna make me Google it now. I'm pretty sure he's one of them. But regardless of who he is, let's say I'm wrong. It's not him.
Okay.
Let's say it was Sam Malone. Okay. Would you believe such a thing?
Why not?
You would believe that everything you see around you happened in a billionth and a billionth and a billionth of a second.
Yes. Why not?
Okay. All right. Fair enough. We're all entitled to our beliefs. But since you brought them up, you made me think of that.
So you mean if you cannot believe it, it's impossible?
No, I'm trying to show these people they just make stuff up. They're sophists. They come up, their model is wrong, and instead of saying gravity is wrong, they'll invent dark matter, dark energy. You understand what I'm saying? And this is one of those times when their model was wrong, and instead of admitting it, they came up with this fantastical story. I just thought I'd bring that out. That's all.
But that's completely different. Everyone believes in the Big Bang and the gravity.
I don't.
And then afterwards, they see that the rotation of the galaxies is not what they what Einstein should say it should be. And then after that, they invented this dark energy. The dark matter.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
But that was much later.
What do you mean?
They see that the galaxy doesn't rotate in the manner that they should if Einstein and Newton's theories are correct.
Right, and what did they do? Did they say that Einstein
to explain this? Yes.
Yes. Now, did they? No. They came up with this fantastical story. Did they say that Newton and Einstein were wrong?
Yeah, it could be. Yes.
No, absolutely not. They praised him. They still have Einstein as an idol, a god.
Some say that Einstein is wrong. And some say that it's dark energy. And there are different theories how to describe this. And that was science all about. You have your theories, and this explains everything. And then you find something that is explained by the theory, and then you have to invent a new theory to explain the new things. That's science.
Yeah, but that's not what they did. That's not what they did. You're correct in what you said. You have to admit when it doesn't work, say I'm wrong, and come up with the correct answer, right?
No, it's never correct. It's a new theory.
Yeah, okay. You're one of those that there's no proof. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not what they did in this case. They didn't say Einstein was wrong. They said, oh, Einstein is still right. So in order for us to keep our model, we have to invent this stuff called dark matter to make up for the anomalies that this moron called Einstein, gravity, doesn't work anymore. So instead of saying this guy's a clown, he was wrong, they came up with dark matter.
Yeah,
dark
and that's
energy.
one theory that you have Mach matter that explains it all. Another theory that is that the Einstein equation is not correct. You have to add this concept.
Not a theory that is not correct. He was wrong. He is wrong.
Yes.
100% wrong.
Yeah.
Can you say that?
There are different
Can you say
theories.
that?
I don't
want
know.
to hear you say that. Can you
I don't
say
know.
that?
There are several ideas what is happening, and one of the theories is that Einstein was wrong, and the other one is that you have this dark matter, and then you have.
It's not a theory that is wrong.
Which one is correct?
You're misunderstanding here, sir. It's not a theory that he was wrong. He was wrong. Einstein, the smartest man in the world, that everybody believes, was wrong about space-time, the gravity. Yeah. He was wrong about it.
You cannot say that. If you have this dark matter, it will explain everything with Einstein theory.
Exactly.
And Einstein is correct, and we have some extra material that we don't know.
When did they invent that then?
Something that you invented in your mind.
Yeah?
Yeah, they invented it for him.
We invented it. And then Einstein is correct, and we have to explain what is this dark matter.
Did Einstein predict that you would make dark matter for him? Is that what Einstein predicted?
But so now we have
wait a minute. Or was dark matter a result of really bad calculations that they issued to plug the hole?
It's just a theory to plug the hole. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Einstein's theory of everything and all of that turned out to need a big, massive plug where they invented some stuff to fill a gap.
If we find this dark matter, Einstein's theory is correct. if we don't find this dark matter,
they can't do it.
Einstein
they can't do it.
Yeah.
Do you pray to Einstein? Like, do you think you're gonna get punished? Like, if you say something against a god, a lightning beam will hit you, or you cannot go against this man? Like, to you, he's invincible.
But that's not physics. You just.
I'm not asking you about physics. Could Einstein be wrong in your eyes?
Everyone could be wrong.
Okay, was he wrong
physics?
20 years.
Yeah.
Is physics? Is Einstein? Did he do physics?
Yeah. But in the flat
theoretical physics,
no, nothing is wrong. Everything is correct by the priests QE and Nathan Oakley. Yes,
but they're not here.
They are never wrong.
And they're never here.
Could they be wrong?
They're always wrong, as far as I'm concerned, because they're never here.
What do you say, SC Montreal?
What have they said? They've not said anything here. So, what is it that you say they have to be wrong about or right about?
But I just wondering if SC Montreal thinks that these priests are correct or wrong.
Everybody could be wrong. Are you equating Einstein to Nathan?
And QE.
Or QE?
But I mean, Einstein is the priest of the globe earthers. QE and Nathan Oakley is the priest of the flat earthers.
What?
Or?
And who do you pray to?
Are you seriously? Like, there's no.
I pray to
dude, there's no flat earthers here. But are you seriously equating? I mean, this is quite big. Are you saying that to the flat earthers, QE and Nathan are as influential as Einstein to the globe?
That's a very interesting question. Is SC Montreal a flat earther? SE, are you a flat earther?
No, I've never been a flat earther. SE, stationary Earth.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I have no idea, sir.
And Bev have no idea. No one has any idea anymore.
But you know, right? But you know.
Yes, I know that. Yeah.
See the difference between an honest man and a sophist?
Yeah. What does QE and Nathan Oakley believe?
What do I care? Why do you keep on bringing people that are not here?
Yeah. I just bring up the priest of the flat earth. You don't know?
We're not flat earthers, so why are you bringing up?
Do you know what QE thinks?
Bring up a proper priest on our side, let's say, and then we could comment. But, you know, we're not flat earthers. You're in the wrong saloon.
Yeah, I can bring up... No, I lost them all.
We have Rabbi Bev. We have Cardinal Right the Hand.
No, not these guys.
We have Bishop Rakia.
Yeah, we have Bishop Rakia. Rakia, I like. Yeah, I think he's a very nice guy. And you have this, what is called Bleaky?
Who?
I'm too old. I'm losing names all the time.
We have a big papacy.
You mean you're too drunk? You've had too many drinks.
Yeah, that could be the...
It's not your age, is it?
Yeah. Maybe I should leave now. You don't like me anymore?
No, we like you. There's nothing wrong. You're perfectly not rude and stuff, so no problem.
I like Bev also at the SC Montreal.
I don't want to be taking advantage of you, right?
Yeah.
If we know you're drinking and you say silly stuff, I don't want to be.
You are severely model afflicted, so, you know, we don't want to...
Yeah, I'm very model afflicted.
We could really say stuff, but, you know, we're not.
No. So there we have a problem. I believe what I believe, and you will believe what you believe.
No, there's no problem there.
Yeah.
At all.
But
we respect everybody's belief, as long as you say it's a belief and you don't try to push it on me.
But we are not in disagree because you don't think the Earth is flat. So we have nothing to discuss.
Is that your sole argument? You only want to argue with flat earthers? That's it?
Yeah, otherwise we don't have anything to argue, or what? What should we argue about?
We don't have to argue, per se.
No, we can. We could see that something. Yeah, I don't know.
So why do you believe what you believe? I'm curious.
Because I believe a lot of things. I don't know much. I believe what the scientists say. Yeah. And I refer to Descartes that said that you know you exist because you are thinking. Otherwise, you don't know anything. You have to believe what other people say that have done all the tests and things like that. I haven't done any tests if the Earth is flat or if it's round or anything. I just believe what all the scientists say.
But is that a wise thing, just to believe?
Maybe I could go out and do some experiments and prove them wrong. But they don't do that. But on the other hand, if you have an experiment that shows that the Earth is not round, you just write a paper about it and show you proofs, and you will get the Nobel Prize, and you will get the famous person in the world forever.
For what?
If you think that the Earth is flat.
You don't think the Earth's flat. We know it isn't.
You have nothing to gain.
Yeah, we know it isn't.
You know it isn't.
Yeah, I can prove it's not flat.
But you cannot prove. We have discussed this, Bev. You cannot prove anything in the real world. You can only prove things.
I can definitely prove it's not flat.
I don't think you can prove that.
Measure a mountain.
That's nice.
Whatever you try to prove in the real world, I could always say that the pixies, the pink pixies, are
yeah, you probably could. We've had people do things like that, over the last few weeks. I mean, that's obviously the next step that you'll be coming up with. You might even lead the globe Earth defense with the pink pixies.
You can be a high priest too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could be a high priest, yes.
You might get a robe. Wow.
Yeah, I get the robe, and then I can, what do you call? You can have
sermons.
Yeah, sermons and burn peoples for the gods.
You could give him an apron, right?
Yeah. And who are
apron, a wand. Yeah.
Yeah, the gods has to be non-living persons up in the air somewhere. Who should they be?
I don't know. With the pink pixie defense, you could become one of them.
Okay,
No
yes,
doubt.
you're right, Bev. They must be pink pixies, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you could have people saying, like, in the future, you could say, it has to be a globe because of the pink pixies.
Yeah, exactly.
If we didn't have the pink pixies, it couldn't be a globe.
You're correct. It must be the pink pixies.
I was going to go over imaginometry. Have you ever heard of that?
But what do you think about the Roger Penrose, who got the Nobel Prize last year?
What do I think about him?
Yeah, he's a big liar or what?
He's he seems lost to me.
Okay.
But he's got a good imagination, hasn't he?
Yeah. Is that the consensus of everyone else in the panel? What do you think, SC Montreal? Is Roger Penrose wrong?
Oh my God! We have a saying about him.
You have?
We say you've been Penrosed.
Yeah, we call the globe Earth Penrose a nutsack.
Okay.
So you've been nutsacked if you go in too heavily into the globe model. If you pass the event horizon.
You don't like George. But I think he's the most intelligent person.
Who's George?
George not. I don't want to say that word, but
you did. Thank you.
Yeah, but he's very good. He's very good at mathematics and engineering and physics. He knows a lot about this.
Imaginometry. Have you ever seen RBD face? Globe Earth differential leveling. That's great. You should look into that.
Yeah.
Yep. Probably one of the best bits of work we ever did.
Yeah. But Bev, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? You have no idea what it is?
I don't think about it.
It could be round, it could be flat, or what?
I just don't think about it. I think it's useless trying to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Because I know actually how to measure the land, like you do triangulation and measuring the elevations.
But you have a channel that is discussing this all the time.
It's about thinking. The sort of the channel header goes.
Okay, you're trying to think.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I understand.
Uh-huh. That's what we hope to make people join in with us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's about the logic, really.
It's nice to discuss it. But every time I come in, DP always say I say 3 things and I should leave.
You keep saying that, but you're on repeat.
Don't like me.
You're trying to paint me in some sort of picture here, Genesis.
Yeah, you never say much, but when you say anything, you just say that I'm wrong.
You said more about DP, what DP said, than DP said tonight.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
And bearing in mind, I wasn't here the last time you were here, Genesis.
Yeah, I don't think it was correct either.
Yeah, okay. What do you think about me, DP?
What do I think about you?
Yeah?
I think you're a funny soul, Genesis. You make me smile on the inside.
Oh, nice. That warms heart. What do you think about the band Genesis? No.
The original lineup, or?
Yeah, the original lineup with Collins and Banks and.
No, Peter Gabriel was the original lineup.
Peter Gabriel was a really nice singer.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
I love that. I think it got bad when he left.
Yeah, I prefer the original lineup of Genesis. Yeah.
And we are agreeing on something. Very nice.
Sorry? We agree. Yes, we do. We do.
Yeah.
What you find surprising is that besides the shape of the Earth, you'd find out we agree on a lot of things. It's just that you have a preconceived notion.
What's a preconceived notion? You mean I think the Earth is round without any
round like a coin.
Like a coin, yes.
Like a pizza.
Or you all normally call the flat earth the pizza bundle, but yeah. It could be round like a pizza.
So why I said a preconceived notion is like before, you remember when you said, I want to argue with flat earthers. So you have a preconceived notion of how every flat earther in your mind is like.
Yeah, that's what my experience is. I have done no test of what the shape of the earth is. I only heard what the scientists say. So that's, yeah.
And you feel you should defend it, like against those evil flat earthers.
That's
the kind of vibe I'm getting from you.
I think I have to look at the evidence and see who has the best evidence, and I take a choice. And that choice is that the world is round, yes?
Yeah, but you made your choice.
Yeah.
And now you feel that you have to go and defend that choice.
No, I don't defend anything. I just say what I believe.
Okay, fair enough.
It's believe, yeah.
Yeah. You said the world is round.
You said that you don't believe anything. You know.
You said you believe the world is round.
Yeah.
The circle's round.
The circle is round, yes.
Absolutely is.
But I thought that S.C. Montreal said that he doesn't believe anything. He knows. Is that correct?
Say that. When did I say that?
You didn't say that. So you have believe. You believe that the earth is flat.
I told you I don't know what shape. No, when you asked me, I told you I don't know what shape the earth is.
Yeah, I asked you that before. You didn't say that it was flat. My bad. We don't have any flat earthers here at all?
Sure we do. Sure.
Who is
Rob is a flat earther. And he's our buddy. We haven't. Hey, you got to understand, we have nothing against flat earthers. It's just that some of us here do not choose to identify as anything, as a flat earther or anything.
Maybe Rob Keane, he was on for a moment there. Maybe he's a flat earther.
Yes.
He won't argue with you, though. Rob's not the one for arguing with if you want to pick an argument, Genesis.
Okay. I back off then.
Is it that you only want an argument, Genesis?
No, I don't know. You asked me.
He likes talking to flat earthers, obviously. I mean, he must get a buzz out of it.
I could step back and listen to you, smart people.
Small people.
Small.
He likes arguing with flat earthers.
I don't know. I don't think the earth is flat. I think it's round. That's the only thing I'm arguing about. But I could step back and let you take the discussion and show me wrong.
Just, could it be flat and round?
That doesn't seem plausible, huh?
Like a coin.
You mean it's round like a coin?
Yeah, I said like when you said it. You think it's round, but not flat. And I said, could it not be flat and round?
Yeah.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm just giving you a possibility. Like, could it?
Yeah, that's an idea. But I think the world is a sphere. So that rules out the coin idea.
Hey, okay, can I? I'm the flat earther. Can I ask you a question? If the Earth is a spherical object, then all standing water must curve.
Yes, I agree with that. I have to get some more wine. And also, P, can you excuse me for a moment?
Yeah, okay, off you go. We'll keep it going for you. Oh, look at that. Another t-shirt.
Yeah, I don't think that was just one.
You put a link in the chat for me, please. I told my wife I was getting one of them shirts today.
You want a link in the chat?
Yeah, in the YouTube. I tried doing the hashtag thing, the exclamation mark t-shirt logic, but it wouldn't come up.
Just do exclamation mark capital D capital P, and it will come up.
Yeah, on the tubes.
On the YouTubes.
Anybody can do that. Exclamation mark DP. I'll do it for you, Rob.
Oh, Rob,
you did it wrong, Rob.
Thanks for joining the Twitch.
Dio.
Rob. Nice one.
Oh, look at that. Loads of it. There you go, can't miss that. Spam that chat.
Why has Genesis stopped?
He's gone to the toilet. And to go and get some more wine.
Oh, he's coming back. Oh,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Can we get him to tell us a story?
What, a bedtime story for Emma?
Hey, we got blue marble science in the house.
No, we don't. Which is why I said bad sugar cookie.
It's like, can you not read the logical notation? That's not. Blue marble does not equal science.
Sounded just like him.
That's a logical operator, Bev. It says not true. That's a not true logical operator.
Blue, take it easy. Why are you so triggered, man?
You've been practicing that as well, haven't you?
It doesn't sound like Blue.
Yes, he does.
Is it?
Have you seen my latest video on YouTube?
No, it's not Blue. I hear it.
We know we triggered you on Rakia's bridge, Blue, but it wasn't our intent, you know?
Yeah.
It'll be okay.
Hey, what about Rakia?
It's Rakia's bridge, yeah. We renamed it. Yeah.
Slow it down.
I heard Sword of Calais said something nice about me. Was it wicked?
Yes. No, I was hoping you were coming back. That was all. I thought I'd missed
you have a very nice voice.
Oh, thank you. I like you. You're my favorite.
Yeah, you're my favorite too.
Oh.
Thank you.
Can we be friends?
We always be friends, yes.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. My problem is that this channel don't believe that the Earth is flat. So what are the discussion about in this channel?
Anything you want to talk about?
Level is horizontal.
That one is silly. You can have this T-shirt logic. I have invented some.
I'm trying to order a T-shirt right now.
Yeah.
DP,
I have
the link, the website is not working. I'm going to send you a screenshot, DP.
Website's not working? How can that be possible?
Has somebody broken the website already?
Dr. Sword of Calais, are you Emma or? No.
Yes.
You're Emma.
Yes.
I heard that. I was listening to the Bev's channels there.
Yes, I don't speak very much though.
No, but I love you, Emma.
Oh, thank you.
Marvelous voice.
Oh, thank you. I like your voice too.
Yeah. You do. No one else do.
No, I think you've got a lovely voice. I don't understand why no one else likes it.
I think you have a lovely voice as well, Genesis.
There you go.
Oh, Essie might also think that. I'm really pleased now.
I've got competition. Essie, back off.
Yeah. Maybe
Hey,
even
Genesis,
he
let me
likes
tell you, Genesis, in all the years I know Emma, I've never heard her ask somebody to be her friend.
Ooh.
Ever, Genesis.
How do I become Emma's friend?
I don't know. You're a special dude, man.
We're already friends, Genesis. We're already friends.
On Facebook, there are all these girls who wants to be my friend. But I don't.
Oh, I don't do Facebook.
Yeah.
Emma's got a voice that makes me feel sleepy.
You don't like my voice, PP?
No, Emma. Emma's
No, he
got
doesn't
the
like
voice.
my voice.
Well, it's a very soothing voice, Emma.
Yeah, but Emma's voice is fantastic. She should be on the radio or something.
Okay, enough of the compliments.
Yeah.
I don't mind your voice, Genesis, apart from when you say silly things.
But I'm always saying silly things.
Oh, you said it, not me. So you can't say that I'm the one that's telling you.
You said I said silly things.
No, you can't be telling me that I'm the one that tells you that you say silly things, because you just said that you're always saying silly things.
Yeah, according to you, yes.
No, that wasn't. You didn't put that caveat on it before.
No, maybe I didn't, but that's what I meant.
Okay.
I'm sorry, DP.
Sorry for what, Genesis?
That I accused you of being the only one that's saying I'm silly.
Oh, okay.
Oh, are we all friends now?
Yeah, of course we are.
Can we have a group hug?
Can you have a hug here on the Discord?
Yeah, we'll have a virtual hug. We'll send each other a virtual
hug or something.
I was just going to say, suddenly I have an urge to hug a tree, but you beat me to it. Group hug.
I tried the hug. It didn't work. Group hug. You have a group hug there. That was Peaceful Warrior. Had a group hug. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, massive group hug with 20 people. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, 21.
Is there 21 now?
Yep, 21 hugs.
Real nice.
Busy room tonight.
That's just in Discord. Don't forget YouTube.
The group hug GIF.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
From the what's that series called?
I have no idea, but there are people on YouTube as well, so we have to send the group hug out to the people on YouTube.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Muslims hugging also, or
what?
Dancing, I think they are.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is it Muslim or is it Jews, or they all have these hats? Oh, I don't know.
Don't know either. They all look happy though, so.
Yeah. I don't know about the religions and things like that.
As long as they're dancing, it's all good.
Yeah. It's interesting. I have, as I told you, I'm from Sweden, so here is the religion is very small. There's very few people that are religious. So we don't even discuss it here.
Well, I told Nathan Oakley he can shove it where the sun don't shine.
Simmer down, Blue. Simmer down. This is a family show.
Yeah. But if Nathan Oakley comes in, will we be hugging him also?
I'm not sure he's the huggy type, but
or could we?
You could. I don't think he's the hugging type either.
No, okay.
But you can ask them, I guess.
Yeah, I don't dare to go into Oakley's channel.
No, why wouldn't you go? You should go onto the show sometime.
He is so rude. So
No, it's only if you say something silly, though.
But everyone who goes in there, they have to suck his,
Oh, no, they do not. That's gross.
That's not my level of discussion.
Okay.
I will never say that.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
I wonder if you've got any fans in the YouTube, whether they wanted to ask you anything.
I'll just point out that Blue's not just doing that one video about level not being horizontal. That was a precursor. There's another video coming out. The Lake Pontchartrain, he's doing a special. Blue's hot for some level and horizontal and surveying action. There's going to be some good times coming.
Hey Bev, have you seen my new video on YouTube? It's so... When you get done watching this video, you're going to want to take those oven mitts, pull them out of your butt. You're gonna stop, man. Plus your computer screen. My videos I made are so bad. You're going to want to jump out the tractor and run over your hand and grab a ball peen hammer and pull your fingernails out with it. You're done watching my video.
He really...
I can't wait to go over that video now.
Hey, Bev.
I can't wait, Blue. I seriously can't wait.
SE Montreal. Oh boy, how high can you count?
I can go to infinity there, big buddy.
That's exactly how many fucks I don't give.
Oh, man. We love you, Blue. We love you, buddy. I know you're going through hard times now.
Oh,
that's fucking good, man.
I can't wait. Do you know, Sugar Cookie hadn't been around for a week, and he still manages to get banned from Blue's server. That's how keen Blue is to keep his server free from anybody looking in. It's exclusive.
One thing that I have wondering about, that you are always talking about this adult Blue Marble server.
Adult Globe Earth Discord servers.
Yeah,
there's a few of them.
Which one is that?
Oh, there's a few of them.
Okay, I only seen the Bob the Science Guy have a Discord, but I haven't seen the Blue have one.
Have you not? I can't get you a link for it because he's banned everybody. You'll have to ask over at Bob's somewhere if anybody's got the Blue Marble Discord server. Everybody, he's made sure he's kicked everybody out that's been over here. So you might have to watch out.
I tried on Google to search for it, but he didn't find it.
Yeah, I think you've got to sign a thing saying that you can't show anything from any of the chats to anybody else outside of the server. Otherwise, you risk being banned.
So Blue Marble has his own Discord.
Yes.
Server, and Bob the Science Guy has his own, another one.
Yeah, they're competing. Adult Globe Earth Discord servers.
Okay. Because Bob the Science Guy has his server going from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Sometimes. It was 24/7. Then it went down to 12/7. But he's been lacking. It's been 12.5, maybe 12.3.
But Blue server
maybe 7.3 or something like that. We don't know yet.
Okay.
But we wish him the best.
Yeah.
He was making models, you know.
It's much better here, where you have these group hugs.
Yeah.
Really nice.
He cut his finger making a model.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Bob could have had a hug after that, but
yeah,
he doesn't like it here.
There's Emma again with the nice voice. Hi, Emma.
But yeah, you definitely should go on Nathan's show, and
no, I wouldn't.
You should try and promote the hugging.
Yeah.
He would kill me immediately.
No, he would not. He's okay, Nathan. You especially, you've got a nice way of talking to people. How could anybody possibly?
But I'm too weak. He will kill me immediately.
You're too weak. You need some globe power. Go over to the Blue Marble Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
Yeah.
And then you'll get some globe power. They'll equip you to be able to go
Emma
over.
to back me up, maybe I could go there.
Emma will go over there with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She could handle him, maybe.
She'd make sure you're all right over there.
Yeah. The only thing is, they have mute buttons and I don't, so I can't really help out, I'm afraid.
No, Nate has his new mute button. That's the problem, and he lower the volume as people, so they you don't hear what they say. But I don't think I would last 10 seconds if I want to go in there.
You could go into the after show one day instead, maybe.
Maybe that.
Depends what your question is.
Yeah. I prefer to go here. Bev is nice to me.
Yeah, everybody likes Bev. Everyone's always talking about Bev.
Hot topic.
It must be because he's such a nice person.
You mean Bev?
Yeah. Everybody everywhere is always talking about him.
Everyone likes Bev, yes?
Yeah, I think that must be the case.
I agree. Yeah. But then I always say a lot of silly things. So maybe I should go mute now and let the smart people talk.
Did he say the small people?
No, I think he said the smart people. You are a smart person, Genesis.
No, I'm just someone.
Don't put yourself down so much.
Now I don't know so much about the shape of the Earth, but I know a lot about mathematics.
Oh,
yeah,
that's handy.
Have you seen my symbol on my what do you call that? The do you know what that is?
I don't know.
That e to the I pi is equal -1. Have you heard of that before?
Go on, you tell us.
Have you studied any mathematics, Bev?
No.
No. That's called the Euler identity. I think Euler was the best mathematician ever.
Can you just
invented so much
explain
stuff.
it to us? What's E?
The I is the imaginary number. That's the square root of -1 is I. And if you take e to the power of ix, that's equal to sinus x plus I to the cosinus x. It connects
imaginary number, you say?
Yeah.
Remember I was telling you guys?
Yep.
I saw this thing and they had an imaginary number.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's Euler. Go on.
Yeah, and they invented this I, the square root of -1, because all polynomials doesn't have. If you have a square polynomial to the power of 2, it always have 2 solutions. If you have a three polynomial, it always have 3 solutions, and so on. But that's not the case if you don't consider the imaginary number. If you introduce the imaginary number, all polynomials have the same roots as the power of. If you have a polynomial of 5, or for instance, you have 5 solutions. If you introduce the imaginary number.
So you used an imaginary number to make an equation to come up with a negative number.
Now, to get all the polynomials have the roots of that square. It's a second order polynomial always have 2 roots. So they just introduced this one to get the polynomial, to get the number of roots that the square is.
Okay, give us a practical use of this.
For instance, if you have the x square is equals -1. That is second grade polynomial that have no solutions at all. If you don't consider the imaginary number.
Give us the practical use of it, though. Where would we use this?
Actually, there was no practical usage of it when they invented it. It was just to give all the polynomials all the roots that they needed. But afterwards, they use this imaginary number for different physical things, like the current. I'm sorry. English is not my first language. If you had the current, you have the. Maybe I should get some more wine before I explain this.
Yeah, go on. I thought you got some before when you went to the toilet. Did you forget about it? Or have you not drunk it all already, have you?
No.
You need a bigger glass.
I get some more wine and then I come back.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Drinking seems to help the globe enthusiast.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that. Just be out in the open about needing a drink to be able to explain your fantasy.
Well, and as long as you don't come across as a aggressive drunk. I mean, that definitely wouldn't help. It's a good job that he's a pleasant drinker, I think.
A pleasant drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
For this bit, anyway. I don't want to encourage drinking.
No, not in Discord at the same time. That's usually not good. Blue's going to tell us how the Pontchartrain Bridge is curving, huh?
That's coming up on Monday, I think.
Awesome.
3 days.
Can't wait.
And
I wonder if he's ever been there.
I don't know.
Because if he hasn't been there, to measure it, how would he know?
He'll have watched the video.
Oh, yeah. Videos.
Yeah.
Probably seen a couple pictures, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's enough.
I mean, he does have George over there, doesn't he? So, George will have told him a bit about what he should be expecting.
Expect to see.
Yeah, what do you reckon to that one there?
their fancy.
Oh.
I'm back. Hi, Rakia.
Hello, sir. Good to hear you. I've been listening while I was working. I was actually running a Georgia buggy, hauling concrete back and forth. And I was listening to you, but I was laughing the whole time. You're very entertaining.
You are roboting.
I love it. Love it when Dave starts robot.
I like your outlook, attitude.
That's not too good, that connection.
No, but I think he was paying you lots of compliments.
Yeah, I hope so.
No, he said I was wrong. I would love to hear where I was wrong.
No,
honestly, you think you're wrong about everything, he said.
Am I wrong about everything?
I'm kidding. He was giving you compliments, bro.
No.
Didn't hear him? Yeah.
Oh, I'm love it when Rakia. I have to give him a hug. Also.
You love me as much as you love Bev?
I maybe love Dev a bit more, but I love you too, Rakia. Yeah.
Well, I'll work on it, man. I'll have a couple more glasses of wine and we'll talk later.
Yeah. But you, Rakia, think that the Earth is flat?
No, I think the Earth has all types of elevation.
This is interesting. Where are the flat Earthers?
I don't know. Now, those are the crazy people, right? If you find someone that thinks the Earth, the land, doesn't have elevation change, now you've found somebody there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That would be flat, right? That would be flat.
That could be a cop-out, yeah, that you have mountains.
No, not really. That's
But if you look at the lake is not flat, you mean?
No, I think the lake is flat. I think it measures flat. Now, it may optically look concave or flat or spherical under certain conditions, but if you measure it, you're not going to measure a concave or a sphere on water like that.
But if you measure the lake flat, the Earth must be flat, mustn't it?
No.
Oh, yeah. The Earth is the land underneath the water. And it can be all types of different shapes, have crevices and mountains underneath the water, but the water on top is definitely going to establish a horizontal at some point.
Well, then it must be horizontal all the way. All the way.
The water? Yeah.
Yeah.
All the horizontals will be parallel too. T-shirt logic. Don't forget about that.
You see, I have two lakes in the front of my property, and they're at different elevations. You understand? But they're parallel to each other. Both of them are horizontal. One of them's about 10 foot higher than the other in elevation. You understand?
No.
You got it? Yeah,
no.
yeah. They're two different heights. Elevation, vertical.
I mean, if you measure the lake to be flat, all the world must be flat. Or?
Do you actually measure the horizontal? Or measure a change from the horizontal? What do you think? How does that work?
I think the horizontal is a baseline. And then you measure up or down from it. That gives you your vertical change from horizontal. And in the case of water, if you have a vertical change, you're going to have a slope, which you're going to have water flow. Pretty simple. In that direction. All things remaining the same.
I want to hear what the Dr. Serd of Calais has to say. love that voice. She's gone. Sorry.
Yes, she doesn't do requests.
Oh.
She might.
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
I just want to hear your voice.
Oh, damn it! And I am muted for that.
He wants a hug from me and hear your voice.
Yeah.
What was it you wanted to hear Emma's opinion on?
Yeah, I just want to hear her voice.
Oh.
Give us something to say. What did you want her opinion on?
Yeah. No. Rocky has a good voice also, so it's okay.
Well, I just want to let you know, sir,
Emma.
I'm married.
Sorry, Ricky.
Nah, it's all right. I was just making a joke. Yeah, I'm gonna sing us a song.
No.
You don't understand. Come on,
You just
Emma.
did it for me. Thank you.
It's Friday. Let loose. You'd be proud of me, Emma. I had a frozen margarita from a Mexican restaurant last night.
Okay.
For my first drink in 20-something years. I'm falling off the wagon. I don't think I'll do it much again. It didn't appeal to me. Like, I didn't enjoy it at all. It didn't taste like it.
Yeah, that was the point with me when I was drinking beer and thinking, I don't even like the taste of this shit.
I don't like the taste. I don't like the way I feel the next day. I think I won't do it anymore. Yeah, I'm the same way. We quit when my wife got pregnant, and she didn't want to drink during her pregnancy, and then she was breastfeeding and doing all that. So we just never started back. Like, that's when we weren't big drinkers anyway, but definitely drank more than I do now. I don't miss it at all. I wonder if Blue drinks. He seems like a whiskey drinker, like that bourbon brown Jim Beam.
Yeah.
He seems like a Jim Beam.
He's from Texas. All Texas drink bourbon all the time.
Blue ain't from Texas. Come on.
Yeah.
He's not.
Is it Blue from Texas?
No. He's a hillbilly, isn't he?
Not
wanting to be racist about it, like, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah, hillbilly isn't racist. Well, he thinks it is, but it's not.
Yeah. But you're Rocky from Florida.
No, you got all your things.
Okay, I missed that.
No, I live in Florida 2 months out of the year, but I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah, so pretty close. 3 hours away. I'm in Florida in 3 hours. I'm what they call a Cajun, but I'm actually a quarter Indian.
Yeah, are you long from Jose?
Jose, I think, is in Fort Lauderdale. Now that's probably 8 or 9 hours away, something like that. I don't drive there.
I thought Jose was in Tampa Bay.
Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, that's pretty close, actually.
Okay.
But he's further away from me than other parts of Florida, about far. Like, I fly into Fort Lauderdale a lot. I've stayed in marinas there, but I don't go there a lot. Yeah.
If you meet Jose, will you kick him or what?
Would I what?
Will you hit him in the face or?
Oh, no way would I do that. No, unless, he'd have to really threaten me. No, I think Jose would be all right. Especially if we met in person, I think he would be way different. So would I, right?
Well, maybe.
Well, a little bit.
Yeah.
No, me and Jose could meet each other.
Brian Leakey is also in Florida.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hit him either.
No.
I would give Jose a hug before I hit him.
Okay. Hug first and then he hits. Yeah, okay.
No, just a hug. Hey, man, just let bygones be bygones type thing. I don't hold nothing against Jose. I think he's doing, all men have their path, right? All humans. So
yeah.
I think he's just trying to do him. Just irritates me sometimes.
I followed the Flat Earth for several years. Yeah, I know no one here is a Flat Earth, but there's a lot of interesting people there. But now several of them have died off. Yeah, interesting. Like the Flat Earth Fokker and what that guy in England who dated this girl. I'm bad at names.
I think there's lots of guys in England that have dated girls.
Yeah, but he was a flat earther who died just the last week.
Subarats?
Yeah, Subarats, yeah. And then we have this the cat.
Yeah, this is very depressing. Do we have to get so depressing on a Friday night?
I take all that back. Let's talk about something positive.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I'll be quiet for a while.
How do we pick that back up now then?
I had to get it out. I was talking about the Schrödinger's cat did die this week also. Yeah.
Have I missed your proofs? I mean, I think you say you believe you live on a sphere with curving water under your feet, which is fine by me, but have you given any proof of that or just your belief?
It's just my belief, yes. I have done no testing at all of anything, so yeah.
Well, on the contrary, when people have done tests and they're telling you that it's not a sphere, that doesn't make you want to find the truth?
Yeah, that's very interesting, yeah. I would love to look into that. Yeah. But the only one I've seen is what's they called? They did the laser in the area or something. Yeah, Ficor did some testing. Yeah.
Right. I've never done any testing with lasers. I don't really put a lot of faith in that. I'd rather something more, I don't know, something not to do with light. Light gets a little.
Light is a problem because you have this refraction all the time. So it's difficult to make it with lights. Yes.
Right. Yeah, it's troublesome for sure. And it's not conclusive is the problem. So when you can put something, physical together and say, look, this is whatever, right? This is a plane I've created, a horizontal plane. This is the water and they're parallel. Both are horizontal. But I think that's more of a, more of a proof for me.
But Raki, I'm very impressed of you that you goes into Jose and all the other channels and make your voice heard.
Yeah, I'm banned everywhere now because
and everyone is hitting on you. I'm impressed that you dare to do that.
Yeah, it's not hard when you just speak from what your heart and know you're being truthful.
Yeah.
You're not trying to push anything on anyone. I'm fine with what you believe, as I just proved to you, right? Like, okay, you believe that's fine, but maybe you should check into it. So I'll leave it at that. But they seem to want to push it into an argument, into a I'm stupid, I'm this, I'm that, personal.
They were very rude to you, yes?
I didn't understand many of those words right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's easy to talk to idiots like me.
Don't put yourself down, man.
No, I don't think you're an idiot at all.
I'm just interested. But I'm good at math.
Well, you know what wine to buy. I mean, that's got some intelligent factors in it.
Yeah.
So you keep saying you're good at maths.
Yeah, I'm very good at math.
What about geometry?
Yeah, I'm very good at geometry also, yes.
Right.
Yeah. So we could have a discussion about that, yes?
Definitely. Have you heard of the straight line test?
Yeah, we have the last time I was on here, we discussed that you said you could prove the straight line, and I said you cannot prove the straight line.
Well, being good at geometry, have you done Euclid?
I haven't read Euclid, but I have read the geometry classes at the university.
Okay, so you understand the Euclidean principles of how the geometric system is formed.
Yeah, I mean, Euclid just write down everything they know in the Greece about the geometry. And that was 300 years before Christ. Yeah. He just wrote down everything they know, and they made a book of it called the Euclid's book.
Yeah. So
but we know a lot more now. So
do we know much more about the straight line?
You have to define what the straight line is.
A shortest distance between 2 points. But
if you mean the shortest distance between 2 points, and that's okay with me, yeah?
Yeah. But so that would be like Euclidean, right? That was the way they described it.
Yes.
Well, that which lies evenly between its extreme points is Euclid for the straight line. But in moving...
But I read that he didn't really define that, what the straight line was.
But you know what a straight line is, right?
From your definition, yes.
Well, but I mean, like, you surely, being good at geometry, can understand what a straight line is and how it's represented, especially within geometry. Yes. And you must also understand that a triangle having 180 degrees relies upon the fact that there's straight lines for you to be able to measure the angle between those two.
Geometry, yeah. And Euclides didn't know about anything else about that, so everything was in Euclidean geometry for him.
But the sum of the angles within the triangle is 2 right angles equal to.
No, you're wrong there.
What?
It's 3 60 degrees angles.
Not a triangle. A triangle has 182 right angles.
Of a triangle is 360 degrees.
No, the sum of the angles of a triangle add up to 2 right angles.
No, it's 360 degrees angles.
No, you're
wrong there.
No, that's a circle and a square.
I'm just kidding, Bev. I'm just kidding, Bev. Why are you talking about 2 right angles?
Well, because the first proposition in book 11, solid geometry, right? Because you have to have the foundation of all of the Euclidean geometry that leads up to book 11, solid geometry. Geometry of reality, to understand all of the things that you have to go into. Right now, the first proposition in book 11 is to show that one part of a straight line cannot lie within a plane and another part without it. It's like outside of the plane.
It doesn't matter. It's 180 degrees.
Right, yeah, but that's the first proposition is to prove that a straight line lies within a plane.
I want to hear what Dr. Sword on Calais thinks about this.
About straight lines.
She's gone.
So you're quite good at geometry then.
Yeah, okay.
I'll get it.
I have to cope with you, Bev, then.
Copy image, yeah. I'll get it, because I mean we did go over this yesterday. The proposition one part of a straight line cannot be in a plane and another part without it. So that's a Euclidean principle, right? Within the. So what we do is we find a tool that establishes a horizontal plane and devise a test to prove that the shared straight line segment all lies within the same plane. Every part of it. Can you see the geometric principles behind that?
Maybe I could get a hug from Rakia. I was kidding. I mean, if you go to a spherical geometry, that's the geometry of a 2D plane on the surface of a ball.
That's 2D. We're talking about solid geometry here, 3D, reality.
No, I'm talking about 2D.
Yeah, but we're not. We're talking about in reality. How do you prove something that's in 2D? You can't, because it doesn't exist. You have to go in 3D. So is there any spherical geometry that's in 3D? Right? Do we have anything in reality that we can relate to?
But you cannot prove anything in reality. Mathematics.
Well, you can do solid geometry and prove the first one.
You can never prove anything in the reality. You have no straight angles in the reality.
You can prove that level is 90 degrees to vertical. Yeah. Vertical is 90 degrees to horizontal. You can prove that in reality.
I didn't get that, really.
He said you can prove things in reality. Level being one of the things that you can prove.
If you have a triangle in reality, you cannot measure the angles exactly to the 90.
But you know, for instance, because of the Euclidean geometric principles, that you know for a fact that triangles have
if you measure
180
always
degrees.
Have an error in the measurement. You can never measure exactly in the reality.
But you know, because of geometric proofs, that a triangle will have 180 or the sum of two right angles.
All this proof in mathematics about triangles and everything else, it's just a theory in the abstract world of the mathematics.
No.
In reality, you never have.
We had that same argument yesterday, right? You can't have a perpendicular because you can't get the exact perfect angle, and then he conceded it wasn't a measurement, right? Plumb is not a measurement, therefore it's not subject to the inaccuracies of a measurement. Mm-hmm. It's an established baseline, a yes or no.
Oh, I see why he's not wanting to go there. He's been here before.
No, somebody else has been here before. He's been listening in.
Yeah. The important question here is, what does 90-degree facial hair means?
What do you think it means?
I have no idea.
Have a guess.
You have a 90-degree, that's an angle. Facial hair, that's beard. So you have 90-degree beard. Or what?
Yeah, I think he's got a picture of it as well. They call them mutton chops.
So the beard is 90-degree from the...
Yeah, he's fully committed to Euclid's elements.
Yeah.
Okay.
Geometrical beards and all that.
A geometrical beard, yeah. That's nice. But you're the right hand. Am I correct? Yeah. Can I have a hug? Yeah, my right, you're right-hander, 90-degree.
Yeah, do you know that he actually does arm wrestling, Genesis?
Oh, it is beer, and now you're spot on 345. What
that's fine on me.
What does that mean? Spot on 345.
What was the question? Sorry, I couldn't do that.
Okay.
Sorry.
But spot on 666. Is that better?
Well, it's 345. You know, like the Pythagoras theorem.
Okay,
A square, B square equals C square.
Okay, it's an Egyptian and a triangle, yeah? 345, yeah?
Egyptian, just
okay.
Yeah. Right
That's
angle.
much better than 666.
Well, they're just three other numbers.
You are not the beast. No.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. You will get a hug also.
Yeah, come here. Come on, give us a hug then.
Oh, the value of my hug is going down. You can't just go around hugging everybody, man.
I love to hug everyone. Maybe I should leave it. I have too much wine here.
I think it's anyone that talks to him.
Yeah.
So if you want a hug, get in there before you like.
Yeah, I hug you too.
Bitcoin.
Get you some.
Yeah, no, slow up on the old drink. Don't have too much to drink, Genesis.
Yeah. Maybe I should step back and listen to you as a wise guys talking instead.
No, you are the wise guy at the minute.
No, Bev is the wise guy. I'm just, I don't know.
It's interesting to go back to the geometry. You seem to slip away from that. I don't know what happened.
Speaking, is that possible?
What was that?
I would love to hear Dr. Sword of Calais speak again.
You got to put another quid in the meter.
Maybe I should just go on mute. Thank you, guys. I go on mute now, and you could discuss the tough.
Tough stuff like straight lines.
Yeah, straight lines. It's too difficult for me.
You were the one that studied it at college, though, weren't you?
Hey, there are no straight lines after.
So you want to discuss it with me also? Yeah.
Well, there's loads of people that seem to struggle with geometry, even the people that have done it at university or college or maybe even school whenever they did it, and they struggle about straight lines. It's got to be embarrassing. Don't worry though, everybody must get embarrassed about it because we did the same thing when we first looked into it. Looking into something that is absolutely obvious to everybody and trying to prove something that's obvious is something that nobody ever does anymore. Everybody's standing on the shadows of giants, aren't they? Imagining that everybody else has done it.
2,000 years ago.
And when nobody knows what a fucking straight line is or how to prove it. believe the amount of times just recently we've been told that you can't prove a straight line. There are no straight lines in reality.
You can't prove anything.
Yeah.
Not even a simple straight line. Wow.
Oh, DP's new. You've got a 3 in the middle of that first bit.
Are you playing Daisy, Dr. Sword?
I may have been. I'm not now.
Now I heard Sword of Calais. I'm alive again.
Uh-oh.
I thought that might bring Genesis back. That was well done by me, I think. Oh.
Bev, I just wondering, these adult channels you talk about, the blue marble tiles.
Globe Earth Discord servers, yeah.
What's that? What's the name of that Discord server?
I don't know. Blue Marble Science, or maybe BMS. I can't remember what he called it.
Do anyone know what the name of that server is?
Everyone's
I heard that all of you has been.
We're not joking. Everyone's been banned. Blue has literally banned everyone, as far as I'm aware. And nobody wants to say they haven't been banned, because if they do, they will then get banned.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that.
What the name of the server is.
Isn't it Click If You're Gay, the name of his server?
Yeah. Press my nose, I ship blue marbles.
Should know what the server name is.
Click if you think a straight line curves. Oh, mate, thank you.
Press my nose.
I'm not clicking either one of those.
But there you have a meme of blue.
Is that who it is?
Words or something.
Is that who it is?
Yeah. What's the name of his Discord server?
I don't know. Honestly, I can't remember, and I can't look. There you go. BMS.
No one knows.
BMS.
BMS.
Yeah.
Just BMS.
Yes. BMS. Okay. No spaces. All capitals.
Would only click on one of them.
Yeah. Then I can just go on there and tell them that the world is not round.
Be careful. Like the Betty's already been over there and done that.
If you can't tell me how many fingers I'm holding up right now, Bev. If you can't tell me how many fingers I'm holding up, Bev, then you don't know anything about geometry.
It really sounds like blue marble.
It was.
Very good.
Yeah.
Good impersonation, yeah.
Well, it's what the adult Globe Earth Discord servers are mainly there as a support group for the model afflicted that have been asked a question by somebody that they haven't been able to answer. So what you do is you go over to the adult Globe Earth Discord servers and like reassure each other that it's okay, that people shouldn't be able to allow to be asking you questions. So it's somewhere where you can go that's safe for you from being asked questions that you may not be able to answer.
Okay.
It's like a sanctuary.
So these memes you're entering here is proof that they are wrong.
Sorry?
These memes you're entering here, like when you're pooping Blue's nose and he poops Earth like that.
A blue marble.
Blue marble, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that proof?
You press his nose and he poops a blue marble.
What's the meaning of the meme?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Emma.
It's kind of like a real life voodoo doll.
Emma, what's the meaning of this one?
It's like
Every
a
time I
Pez.
see one of them gumballs come out of my butt, kind of pucker up in real life a little bit. Like a real life voodoo doll.
I thought the meaning was quite self-explanatory, but I'm sure we can do an anatomy lesson if you feel it's necessary.
I would love that.
Oh.
I think
so the globe Earth
getting a little concerned.
The globe Earth is a load of dog shit. Blue, when he speaks, is shitting out the globe Earth model.
But Emma, you have your own channel on YouTube, don't you?
Technically yes, but I don't really have any content.
Okay.
Bev does all the live stream.
Yeah, and Emma used to do it all first, but then she got.
Okay.
She should do more, shouldn't she? Genesis. You'd listen to Emma talking, wouldn't you?
But Emma, you're from England also, right?
Yes.
Oh, no, that's doxing. I shouldn't. What's that? Okay.
It's fine. I'm from the UK, yes.
Yeah.
Greetings from northern Michigan.
I love the UK because my daughter lives in London, actually.
I feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
What?
London is horrible.
It's very expensive to live there.
Yeah, it's also horrible.
Yeah,
but
that's the best part of it.
Yeah, she's getting married now in July.
Oh, congratulations.
Maybe she moves somewhere else. So I don't know.
London must be a lot like New York. I have this feeling.
Yeah, it's very expensive in London, but New York
and
is
horrible to live there.
Yeah, just move out of London. Just get well away from. There's more to life than London.
Yeah, the you know that GIF only came round because Blue started making memes, you know. Genesis. We didn't start it. Blue definitely started the meme war.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, oh yes.
Okay.
He started.
I thought the only thing that Blue was doing was the Cavendish experiment.
No. Blue started making memes first about he calls them Bevites, and I think that's anybody that's over here. So technically, I think you could be a Bevite, Genesis.
Yeah, but yeah. Bev, you live in London.
So that was Blue having a go at you first off. That's what Blue.
I have never talked to Blue.
I know, but I mean, he does. He bashes the people that come over here, calls them Bevites, and then starts saying that.
I heard about that. You accuse people from coming that they were educated by Blue to come to your channel.
No, there you go. Blue Marble did that. Yeah. He did that, but it wasn't obviously. But that was Blue did the original.
Yeah.
A Bev Tard, he calls them. But that's you. So Blue did that originally.
I could be that, but maybe I'd be the nice variant.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Blue's doing the started with all of this sort of stuff first.
Yeah. I would love to have all this money from NASA that all the others having. I have nothing.
Yeah? Do you think NASA give any money out?
Yeah, they say that all this blue and the guys like him getting the money from NASA.
Yeah, there's a guy that used to be hanging around here. He made a fool out of himself about a triangle. Called Paid NASA Shill it was. He used to pretend he was a pilot and everything. But we sort of exposed him. But I mean, like, if NASA had all of that money, they would employ people who were pretty good at what they were doing. They wouldn't employ people who are obvious liars unless they wanted to get people to, you know, they're not very clever, these people that say they are paid by NASA. So I'm more of the opinion that they're just liars. Like, NASA doesn't pay them it.
And you think I get all this money?
I don't know. Like, why would NASA want to pay anybody to come on Discord to chat to anybody else? I mean, that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
And why do you think NASA would lie about this shape of the Earth?
What? I don't think NASA are lying about anything. I think they tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that the world is round then?
Round? Is that a language barrier sort of thing? Yeah, I don't put a shape to it. I don't put a shape to it.
The world is round?
A coin is round. Do you think the Earth is a coin?
I think the thing that I may be different to you is that when you say Earth, you're putting a big E there. Right? You're capitalizing that thing and putting it as an object 100%. And then wanting to know the shape of it. Well, I don't do that. I don't have Big E as an imaginary friend. I just have little E, which is the land. And then separated from that's the water. And because of that, it doesn't have a shape. So do you have, when you talk about it, do you have Big E?
Well, of course he does. He says Earth is round.
Yeah.
Round like a penny or round like a ball?
I really don't know. I want to hear
That's a better answer.
Dr. Sword of Calais saying it.
Why are we arguing about the contour of something we can see? You see it.
He wants you to objectify Look at it. Big E. Make him real for him. Come on, validify Big E for the guy.
You should discuss it with right hand. He has all the answers for this.
No, you were the one. Like, I don't think Right the Hand has Big E either.
Yeah, he knows everything.
I know Biggie the rapper. Shout out Biggie. He had a song, Hypnotize. Big E can hypnotize. Remember that?
No, I don't know that.
Don't make Right the Hand sing it.
Oh, there was the Sword of Calais.
Go on then, Right the Hand.
So nice.
He doesn't want to hear my voice, Emma.
No,
I'm not going to sing it. Don't be silly.
He just wants to give you a hug.
Yeah, she's like the voice of an American TV show or something.
British TV show.
Yeah. But the Right hand is rather nice also.
Yeah, I like you too, man.
Yeah, but
I'll give you a hug if you were here.
90-degree facial hair. You're not the
A lot of people. Right the hand is more of like he's like a boogeyman, right? He's like this. They talk about him. They're afraid of him. But I don't. I think I've never even met the guy.
Okay, so you have 90-degree facial hair. Is that it's a beard that points to the left or right or something? Or what?
Yeah, it makes it creates a perpendicular right there on their face.
Okay. I have never ever seen a picture of you, but okay.
No, there's videos. I'm not I'm out there.
Okay. Sometimes I mixed you with the date of the plane. I'm losing it again. What is it called?
9/11?
No, he's
the plain truth.
Travis.
Travis, yes.
Wow, you know all the names.
Oh, Genesis, that's the beginning, right? He's the first chapter, bro.
No, it's the best rock band ever. It has nothing to do with the beginning.
Travis.
Do you know
Do you know who played in Genesis?
Oh, Genesis.
Bro, the first CD I ever listened to was Walk This Way by Genesis.
It was Tony Banks, it was Phil Collins, and it was Mike Rutherford, and it was the singer. Yeah, I lost it now. Help me, Bev. Who was the singer?
Who? Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel.
You forgot. You forgot who was the lead singer of Genesis at the beginning.
That was
again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Genesis in the Bible is totally wrong.
Whoa! But the Genesis, the band with Peter Gabriel as the lead man, was totally right.
How do you know the Bible's wrong?
How do I know it's right?
Well, you said you were like, I know the Genesis is wrong. And I was like, well, how do you know?
But there are errors all the time because I think in the first chapter, on the first day, there was a light. And on the third day, he created the sun.
Well, yeah, because sun and light are not the same.
Yeah, they're not the same thing, are they?
You know, like it would. I would see it like I'm creating a video game, right? Now I have this space. Now the space I can illuminate, or I can so you can see or not. That would what I would call light, right? Like the whole space. But then you can create the sun, which has magnitude to that light. So the sun is the kind of relativity of the light. So the sun isn't the light. It's a mechanism for the light. So to me, Genesis makes sense in that regard.
Okay. So you believe in a book written 2,000 years ago, but by ghost orders.
Well, look at it this way,
and then
right?
The New Testament was written in Greece.
Well, were the people that wrote the Bible, they were closer to the origin of the earth than we are. You see what I'm saying on that front?
I don't understand that, no.
So let's say the people who wrote the Bible, we agree, give or take 2,000 years before we were alive. So that's 2,000 years closer to the start, which means I think whoever wrote the Bible would have more knowledge about the start than we do.
Yeah, we're further along the telephone line, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly my point.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to me. How close were they to the beginning? Well, they were closer than we are. That's all we know.
Yeah, that accounts for, and there is some stuff in there.
So 300 years they believe that the swallows was created from the depth of the lakes in the dye, and they went up and came flying around. That was the idea from 300 years ago. And because they were 300 years before us, they were right and we are wrong. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I didn't say they were right. All I said was they are. No,
are right and we are wrong.
No, I didn't say right. I said they were closer to the truth or the beginning. Okay. I didn't say that they were, they could be lying, but it is not, you can't argue with the fact that whoever wrote that book or whoever put that together did it before I was born, which is closer to the truth, at least in my, how I see it.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
So could I. Right? So could the Bible.
Yeah, and DP always said I say silly things. I could be wrong. Yeah. The Bible is right.
It could be. I mean, it's right about some things, right? Like, again, this is a little maybe pedantic, but it said in the beginning, right? Like that part, like that little part. I'm with that. The beginning, yeah, I believe there was a beginning, right? Like I don't believe in an infinite. So that's a very small part, but that part is true, I believe.
Yeah. But why is the Quran wrong then?
Well, the Quran came out much later, right? 600 years after the fact.
Yeah.
So, and to me, I feel like the Quran, and again, this could be, definitely is cultural and demographic, right? I'm sure if I was born in Iraq or something, I would have a different view on the Quran. But I just feel it's, kind of. It's like if somebody had something and then someone made something that was like it to just try and get sales, but it wasn't the original thing.
Yeah, that could be an idea. Then the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian book, was long before the Old Testament. So
and I mean,
at least later, so it must be wrong.
Look, they all could be wrong. I like to, especially with the origin of the Earth, right?
Right.
It's hard to prove where this Earth came from. That's an impossible task.
Yeah.
So that's why I like the logical argument, right? Because if I can establish A and we can demonstrate A, and then there's a B, then we can start building on it.
Okay. Now we came into a religion. I think all religions are wrong.
Even science.
I missed that last thing, Bev.
Even science.
Yeah, even science could be wrong, yes.
A religion.
Correct. But then we come to my belief. I don't know mainly anything. But my belief is that all religions are wrong and most of the science is right. That's my belief.
What? So all the words in the book are wrong, but all the words that you've been told about science is right, mostly right, according to you.
I go with the majority, actually.
Consensus.
If the majority of scientists say that this is the truth,
okay,
I believe that.
What is the particular truth that you're saying that the scientists are saying, though?
Also, the majority of the world are Christians.
It's a bit vague, isn't it? So what is the science that the science is saying that you go with that goes against, like Right the Hand says, the majority.
I just want to say that the majority of the scientists are non-Christians.
Okay, but what are they? What are they saying?
The majority of the world are religious. So
yeah, that's correct.
So which majority do we go with?
I go with the scientist. You can go with the people.
But what is it you're going the scientists with? You're going with the scientists that say they're not religious, because that seems a little bit like what's the difference between the science and the religion when it comes to just which side you trust?
I just mean that most of the scientists doesn't care about the religious beliefs. They follow the scientific.
I don't think any of the religious people care about the scientists' religious beliefs either.
Yeah. But the most important thing about this is that I want to hear Dr. Sword or Calais point of this. Can I have that? What is she gone?
I think she does requests.
I don't know. I will get myself some more wine. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course it is. Off you go.
Okay. Thank you.
So I still don't get the thing with the science and the religion. I can understand people with religion have religious beliefs. People with science, like Imania, has scientific beliefs.
Yeah.
There is no difference. Other than he says the scientists don't have religious beliefs. Well,
yeah,
the religious
I don't have scientific beliefs.
Yeah,
so.
I don't have scientific beliefs either. So, and I don't have religious beliefs. So I'll be right in the middle. I'll try and keep all of my knowledge to stuff I can actually prove myself and use reasoning, to be able to come to conclusions about things. And the people that tell me stuff. I mean, it's not that I don't believe anybody whenever they say anything, but there has to be a communication that goes through. I don't just automatically believe somebody because they say science says. Just the same as I don't go with anybody that says my religion says.
Yeah. If it comes from an oracle or it comes from a scientist, I don't care. It's still coming from a person.
Yeah. And I'd ask the person to come with what is it they're saying and clarify it and see whether we can confirm it or delve into it. But there's nothing coming back from Genesis. It's just a massive body of people that say something that he doesn't even say what they say.
Religion would be like, we would have to categorize it as the imaginations of an individual. Right, unless you believe that whoever invented the first religion was there with God and interacted with God, right? Which you couldn't believe, because then you would, if you believe that, then you would be in that religion, right? So you believe that there was a person who just one day was like, you know what? I'm going to explain everything with this, and that's very similar to what science does.
Yeah. Yeah, they make up something from nothing and then attempt to explain it. And just add on top of it people explaining different things that don't fit.
Yeah. You'll get here, this explains the lunar eclipse. Oh, but what about the solenilian eclipses? Oh, well, then they come up with something fantastical, right? Because the thing is, it's almost like guessing the number after you see the card, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the minute. Blue's doing a thing, right? Level, I say level is horizontal. Here's a proof. Blue says, And then we say, but, there's a hump there. That's what your model dictates. And they say, yeah. Yeah, so they explain away something that everybody knows that happens in reality with this explanation after the fact to explain away something that obviously doesn't happen.
No, even if it does happen, like, you know, they see what they see, it doesn't mean the explanation is true.
Yeah.
What science does is that they put up a hypothesis which says that this is how things works.
Yeah, level is horizontal.
Water establishes a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
And they test this hypothesis.
Yep.
And see if it's stands ground.
Yeah, straight line.
Yeah.
Yep.
And all other scientists love to crush your hypothesis and say you're completely wrong.
Uh-huh.
That's the best game in the world to do that. So if no one can say that your hypothesis is wrong, it stands for the time. And to make it wrong, you have to prove that it's wrong.
Well, how do you prove something's wrong? That sounds like proving a negative.
So would it be
hypothesis? It has a description what will happen if you do this, then this will happen.
Right. So what is it that we have to prove wrong? Right? Would you assume that it's up to us to prove that level is not curved by doing a test to prove that level is a straight line, right? We disprove a curve by proving a straight line.
That level is straight, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then we do a test geometrically to prove that no part of a straight line deviates from the plane.
Yeah, then you have all the scientists. They have to prove that you are wrong. If they can't prove that you're wrong, you will stay at your assumption is true.
Right. Well, do you not think it's already well known and established that level is horizontal? I mean, that's the ridiculous part of it.
That's very not established.
What? No way. It's definitely established. You are model afflicted if you think it's not already plainly established that level is horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you take a model of the Earth as a sphere, you have a ball. So on every point on that ball, you take a horizontal plane that's perpendicular to the plumb bob, and the plumb bob is directed to the center of the Earth. You get the plane.
They're always perpendicular. Can you see the GIF that Celtic Tigers put in the chat?
Yeah. Are you with me so long?
Can you see the GIF that Celtic Tigers put in the chat?
You're not with me.
It's got a water level and then a plumb bob. And the water levels link up to show that it's shared straight line segments. And all of the plumb bobs are perpendicular, which makes them all parallel to the water level.
Now we're talking about something else.
Well, we're talking about perpendicular.
Could we get back to my example?
What was
you have
your
a spherical
example?
Earth, you have a center of the Earth.
Yeah.
And you have a line from the Earth that's go up to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
At that line, you take a perpendicular plane. That's a horizontal.
Yeah.
At that point.
Like that. Like the GIF that you see in the live chat where all of the horizontal plane is established, and all perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel.
Yeah.
Yeah. That can't happen on a globe model.
No.
No.
So long we're clear, yeah?
It's not possible.
Now you take a second point of the sphere.
Impossible.
You take another point on the sphere. And you draw the line from the center of the sphere up to that point. And you make a horizontal plane perpendicular to that line. Are you with me, Bev?
The horizontal plane has all perpendiculars parallel.
I didn't get that. We have a second point now.
Yeah, and the horizontal plane has all perpendiculars being parallel.
From the horizontal point B, we have a horizontal plane. Yes. And now the question is the horizontal plane of B parallel to the horizontal point of A?
All horizontal are parallel to each other.
Okay.
T-shirt logic. 2022.
I
Next
rest
level.
my case, as they say in all the movies. I rest my case.
Yeah, you were the geometry guy, right? Or is everybody going to be a geometry guy from now on?
I know geometry, yes.
Yeah, I know.
And now, if the MP will come in and say, I say silly things, and I will leave.
No, the only thing I'm going to say, Genesis, is that you completely overtalked Bev when he was saying about the perpendiculars to your first established plane.
I'm so sorry, Bev. I will not do that again.
It's okay. We're losing viewers.
DP said I overtalked you all the time.
No, just on that one point.
Okay.
It was a pretty important point, but you didn't hear it because you were talking through Bev.
That I overtook
exactly the same way you're talking through me now.
Sorry, Bev, can you repeat that point where I overtook you?
Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Chat trolls are, I don't know, they're talking for me. Do you know, have you ever heard me say that what I believe? I think everybody knows that I don't have beliefs like that.
But DP said that I overtalked you on some point.
Trolls. Well, yeah, you always seem to get to that part where your model breaks down and you the cog disk comes in and you either overtalk or you deflect and talk about Emma wanting to say something, or you want somebody else to say something. It's been pretty obvious, and it's hard work, isn't it? Especially when you're pretending to be good at geometry and knowing that there's no geometrical reasoning. I mean, there isn't, is there? You know, the only geometry you can go to is a two-dimensional conceptual thing. You don't have a 3D geometry, do you? System to go to. It's just Euclidean.
But you said there is no 2D geometry.
No, I said you don't have a 3D geometry to go to in reality in order to measure anything. It's Euclidean. That's all you've got. All of your other geometries that you want to play about with, they don't exist in reality.
So what was the error in my model then? that I described.
You haven't got a geometric model, not one that you can portray in reality, because there's no geometry that you can use in reality.
I had a sphere, and I had two lines, A, and I had another line, B.
It's Euclidean.
Where was the error?
That's Euclidean. It's a sphere, right?
Yeah, it was Euclidean all the way.
Yeah.
And DP said that I overtalked you, so I'm probably wrong all the time, yeah?
Probably. What do you mean? Because you're over talking?
I don't know.
No.
DP said I overtalked you when you were proving me wrong.
I was just talking about the plane.
But DP knows better.
Does he?
Yeah, he said so.
He knows better than you.
No, he said I overtalked you when you were explaining why I was wrong.
Yeah, the perpendicular to a plane. Now, everybody that knows what we do here knows how damaging the perpendicular to a plane is.
The only thing I had, it was a sphere where I have 2 points A and B, and I have a line from the center of the sphere to the A, and a line from the center to the sphere to the B. And from the A, I made the horizontal plane that was perpendicular to the line A. And then from the B, I have a horizontal plane that was perpendicular to the line of the B.
Oh, not horizontal,
and I said these two are not parallel.
It's not horizontal, that though, is it? You're talking about a tangent, surely.
No, but the horizontal is just 90 degrees from the plumb line. Yeah?
No, because you don't have 3D. A plumb line is in reality. You don't have reality, do you? Not to have a ball with a plumb line.
So if I have a sphere with lines from the center, it's not reality.
Yeah, can you get a sphere?
How do you know that?
You get a sphere for us and put a plumb line on it, and let's see what a plumb line does to the sphere.
But this is just mathematical. You have a sphere, you have a line A, and you have.
We're talking about in reality.
I never mentioned reality.
Obviously, but that's where we were talking at the beginning. Yeah. See, that was the difference. When I was talking about it and a horizontal plane in reality being the water level and the plumb bob in reality, we were talking about reality and perpendiculars to a plane all being parallel. Like, that happens in reality. And you being a geometry guy, right? I said to you, that's in 3D geometry, in reality. X, Y, Z, right? You know how it works in geometry. In reality, it's 3D. So if you're talking about a ball, then you're talking about a ball. You put in a plumb bob by the side of it won't affect the plumb bob, will it?
Okay, let's leave this. Let's go over to T-shirt logic.
Is it a bit tricky, the geometry? It must be really hard, the Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, I lost that one. You're completely right. And DP is completely right again. Let's go to T-shirt logic.
This is hot for DP today. Keep him in there. Get that T-shirt going. T-shirt logic.
I don't know about
T-shirt logic.
Every time he talks to me, he says I'm completely wrong.
You keep saying that. He's never said that yet.
He says that. He says that all the time.
He's not said it tonight, has he?
No.
Do you keep playing back a bit in your head? Because I've never heard DP say any of this
I may have a bad memory, yes.
Well, I mean, like, it's not bad if it's making stuff up.
Yeah.
Then that'd be it's worse than bad.
I don't know. I just think you, Bev, are a nice guy, but DP, he only stays in the background, and sometimes he comes forward and say you're completely wrong, and then he goes back around again. I don't think he knows anything about logic.
Wow, it sounds like you're trying to bait him.
Yeah, I'm baiting him. Let's come in.
There we go.
I know a lot about.
What are you baiting me for, Genesis? So you can speak all over me?
Yeah, that's DP. Hi, DP. Can we have a hug?
We can have a virtual hug. I'm virtually hugging you. What have I told you you're wrong about, Genesis?
Mostly everything I say.
You'd be lucky if I've said a dozen words to you tonight.
Okay. So I should be... Okay.
Do T-shirt logic. DP's here. You wanted to have a go over with T-shirt logic, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm just a small point that if D then P, we have this guy here. That's actually a logic statement that D implies P. You have this D arrow P. That's the logic. This if statement is just in programming languages. You never have that in logic. So if D and P is the same, that not D or P, it actually identically the same. Not D or P.
Is it not an antecedent consequent relationship?
There you go. Here's all of the if you want to just put D and P in there, they're all the different ones, but they're the same way of saying the same thing. I don't know whether that'd fit.
I don't know what antecedent means.
That would be good. P is a necessary condition for D.
No, D is necessary for P. I mean, the other way around.
Or D whenever P.
Yeah.
D provided P.
Yeah, it's just it's the way of saying things, isn't it? I think that they started doing that whenever they needed to confuse people. Genesis, it does seem like a bit of a confusing way to say the same sort of thing, doesn't it? Hey, level world.
Yeah, if D and then P could actually call himself not D or P, that's the same thing.
Well, that would be wrong, though.
Yeah, that's not the same, is it?
It's identically the same.
It's not.
No. Because I am DP. So how can I be not D or P?
That's not the same at all.
I tried to write it in the
That's not D or P.
Not D or P, yeah? Am I wrong?
Well, that's not the same as if D then P, is it?
Yes, it's exactly the same.
It's not. It's not the same at all. I mean, have you never done any sort of logic or sort of relating things together?
Yes, I know everything about the logic.
Okay, so D, if D then P becomes, D becomes the antecedent and P is the consequent.
If D then P is exactly the same as not D or P. You can try it out.
Well, you would have to, not D is not the antecedent. So then it would be not the consequent, right?
You could check it with it. I'm a bit sad about how you treated the flat earth math guy.
Wow, that was a bit of a conversational change.
Yeah, because he was totally correct all the time.
T-shirt logic.
You can check this with him. That if D then P is exactly the same, that not D or P.
Well, is that where you got that from? Flat Earth math?
No, it's mathematical logic. You can check it everywhere.
Oh, you're talking about mathematical logic, as in computer logic, yeah?
There's not a difference between mathematical logic and computer logic.
There's not a difference, or there is a difference?
No, it's the same.
It's the same. Mathematical logic and computer logic is the same.
Yes.
Either on or off, yes or no.
Yes.
Very, very binary, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not the logic we're talking about.
So show me an example where it's not the same.
Show you an example where it's not binary.
Where binary logic is not the same as standard logic. Show me that and I will regret.
Show us some of your logic that you're talking about. Because you've just wrote not D or P. When it's an antecedent consequent statement wrote if then.
Now if D and P will show me an example where I'm wrong, and I'm going to have some more wine. Is that okay, Bev? Can I have a hug?
Well, like, can you see that bit that you've wrote?
I want a hug from the sword.
Hugs, I'll give you hugs. In that statement, it says, in mathematics, the following statements have the same meaning, and each is translated as if P, then Q. Or P, arrow Q. Your one that you put on there isn't there. Now, why would they have missed out your statement when they were saying that all of the things that are the same?
Bev, is it okay for me to have some more wine?
Yeah, of course it is. You go ahead.
It will be easier to you to get me down, or what you call it.
Well, yeah, okay. You can show us where you got the not D or not P.
Yeah, my first
Q.
Yeah, my first question where is Dr. Sorda Calais?
Don't know. She'd be in her house somewhere, probably.
Okay.
Yes, sir. How may I help
I
you?
love it. Yes, thank you very much. I will get some more wine.
Do you feel better now?
He's gonna go and get some more wine now. He's heard of you, Emma. He's drinking for you, I think.
Yeah,
I think he's drinking for everybody on this server, I think.
Yeah, Godzilla, he says he's better have no more wine, but people do drink wine. I bet it's red as well. Or, yeah, red.
Or do these silly little voices like Stingray did today, same as Jim Panda. Like, when he got bogged down, he went into this little silly voice thing. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Like a childlike state.
No, I didn't, Rakia. Can you maybe give us a taster?
I don't do voices.
I don't think George could do voices like that.
I am an idiot.
Do you think George could do voice? George couldn't do that, Gods. He does do tapping though, have you noticed that? He does the tapping on the desk. Bit like Flat Earth Matt did that as well.
Yeah, they all do when they get a bit agitated, don't they?
Desk tapping. Nervous twitch.
More of a banging with George.
Yeah. Would you call that a tell, Rakia?
We call that banging.
Frustration.
Yeah, like I'm fixing to lose it if I don't beat this desk with my fist. Quite odd, actually.
Oh, right. Yeah, God, yeah. I don't know. A George. Does anyone else know a George? From around not the nutsack.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, good.
I don't really remember where we were.
I think we were doing the logic, and you were gonna show us where the not P or Q comes into the if P then Q.
But then we heard Rakia. He's the smarter one amongst us.
Yeah?
Yeah. And now
I'm the computer technician.
Oh, you're a computer. Fantastic.
Tech support.
Yeah.
Tech support. Anything you need.
And then we have Paige. I haven't heard from her a long time.
It's like all the gang back together, isn't it, Genesis?
I'm just looping around, yes.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? P and Q.
We was talking about what wine you've got. Is it a red? Like a bull's blood or something like that, or rosé?
I really don't know.
Don't know what colour your wine is.
I just wondering what your point are for your channel. If you don't think the world is flat and you don't think it's round, what do you think?
What do I think? I try.
Yeah.
Parts of it are round and parts of it are flat, like a nice lady.
Okay, so parts is round and parts is flat.
Yep. I go along with that. Sounds like it's all different sort of curves everywhere.
Wouldn't that make a round Earth all the way? It's parts some. Sorry.
What about flat parts?
Oh, you bagged Mike there, right hand. It's just gone crackly again.
Those pesky satellites get out of orbit.
Reposition. Come on, tech. I'll get on it.
I'm interested in this. I'm losing the world all the time. I'm interested in what Rakia thinks about this web. This new satellite. What is it called? Web something. I'm so bad at words. I hope there is no.
You were better like an hour ago.
To hear me. So bad I'm at. I'm turning into a flat earther now.
Okay.
Drunk?
Yeah.
Is it the drink?
Yeah. Is it bad?
No, I mean you can be whatever you
Friday,
want.
Man.
It's
No,
probably Saturday wherever you are.
Drink.
Yeah, you be you.
Yeah.
You're all right round here. It doesn't matter what you are.
Yeah,
you can be whatever you want.
Yeah, thank you.
Except we're not too keen on the furries.
I'm a bit drunk and I'm a bit dumb.
And if you like wearing nappies, don't let us know about that. That wouldn't be a good thing. You know, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Keep that to yourself.
Yeah. I probably after this channel I will go on to the adult channels.
Whoa.
Even if I don't know where they are.
There's some dangerous conversations over there, right? You want to try talking to them about logic.
Yeah. I just search for adult channel Discord.
Adult
Adult
globe Earth. No. Adult globe Earth. You don't know where you'll end up in if you keep just looking for adult channels. Globe Earth.
No, I try that. Yeah.
Not children's stuff. This is like serious adult stuff.
Yeah. But what does Sword of Calais say? Should I search for adult globe Earth?
Do you want me to get you some things that Emma said?
Whatever you do, don't tell them Bev sent you.
Okay.
That'll get you an instant ban.
I'm a bit afraid what the DP says. Thanks.
You've not been called in there, though, have you? I think I heard it's in Genesis.
I've not been called in there, no.
Did you want to go and talk to Bob the other day? Was it Bob that you went to go and talk to? Or...
Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Bob, the science guy, channel, yes. But I have not seen any blue marble channel. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe you're wrong.
It may be.
I don't know. I'm not that smart. I'd rather stay here to get your your ideas of things.
I made it to level 42.
Oh, 42.
Yeah.
Do you know what 42 is?
Red wine.
That was UB40.
Oh. What was level
42?
What was that then?
Yeah, that was...
I liked level 42, but you can't do fuck all.
I can't think off the top of my
Running in the Family, but I don't know if that's the actual song title.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Nah. Don't read books. I watched the film.
No one has.
I watched the film when it came out.
You should know what 42
Lessons
is.
in Love. How about that one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All the times that we were building.
Hey, watch out, DP. We don't want to get hit with the copyright strike.
Oh yeah, sorry. I need to see if Mobius is catching me.
Bev, are you recording this?
No, but it is going out live.
Okay. I mean, all these silly things I say.
Live.
Will it go out to everyone?
Yep, live.
Okay, that's the problem.
Is it?
Yeah, because I say all these silly things. They will think I'm a lunatic.
No,
you did say that water curves on you.
No, you said that. I didn't say that. They like Rakia. He seems to be a nice guy. We had a hug, didn't we? Yeah.
Oh, no way.
No. I will keep quiet for a while now. I feel I have talked too much.
Hey, I can't wait to go over this video of Blues, you know. That's going to be quite good, I think. I might just switch it on later on, go to sleep. Listening to Blue talk about the test. But he's got some good ideas. Are you going to be able to help him out, Genesis, with your geometry?
Yeah, if it's geometry, I can help him out. Yeah.
Do you think you could?
Is he coming to your channel?
Do you think you could help him with the stolen concept fallacy?
Yeah, probably. Yes.
Have you ever done Al-Biruni?
No, I just read about it. Yes.
Oh, but you'd understand the geometric principles involved in it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I agree with the geometrical principles in it, yes.
Yeah. Have you seen Where's Wally's proof? Because that's on tomorrow morning. I have to shout out to that. Tomorrow morning, next level Discord server. 10 p.m.-ish, UK-ish.
But you cannot talk to him.
Who?
Where's Wallace?
He said he's under an NDA. He's not allowed to talk to us.
Yeah, he will fall off into the space. He will not be there tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah. He's on the side of the world.
Oh, well, I mean, that's a convenient excuse for him to not come over here, but he should really. I mean, I'd advise him to come and have a check just to confirm all the things with Mike tomorrow, and it'll be good. Yeah, he's got.
You have been discussing with on his channel.
No, he's coming on here Mike will be coming on here to
I
go
love
over
that.
it.
I will come on here. What's the time?
10 o'clock, 10 a.m. UK.
Okay. That will be 11 o'clock in Sweden.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be putting out live, but we'll have to see whether Where's Wally comes around here. Sensitive information for the globe proof.
Yeah, and you will cross him, so he will leave at 11:20.
I don't know.
11:30.
I don't know. It depends how long it'll take. It'll probably only take for Mike to do his. He just needs to get some confirmation off Wally.
Yeah.
And then there'll be something forthcoming after that. Maybe a video or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's all geometry. It's lucky that you're around here, Genesis, at the minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is nice.
It's going to be a good time for the...
He will be around to cross him also.
Well, for geometers, especially globe geometers, this could be your time to shine.
I will be there 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes, please.
I love it.
Yeah. Should be a big thing.
You'll like it.
If you like geometry, you'll definitely like this.
My last question is, if will Sword of the Calais be there?
Sorry?
Will Dr. Sword of the Calais be there?
Oh, I don't know. I think so, yeah. I mean, it depends how long she stays up tonight.
I would love that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure she might make a special effort if she knows you're going to be there.
Yeah. Well, let's see. 11 o'clock tomorrow. That's Saturday.
Yeah.
That will be 10 o'clock Swedish time. I'll try to be there.
Good. Hair of the dog and all of that.
Okay. Love you, Bev.
Okie dokie. Thanks for coming.
And we have SC Montreal. They are out of it.
Get hugs.
Good night, Genesis.
Good night, DP.
I hope your hangover doesn't suffer you too much in the morning.
Hangover?
Mm-hmm.
I could drink 3 bottles of wine without an hangover. How about you, DP?
I don't drink.
You don't drink?
No.
Did you say 3 bottles
of
wine?
Yeah, I'm just kidding. DP conquers me, yes. I see you tomorrow.
Don't drink too much, Genesis. Yeah. Don't drink too much. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you, SC.
Yeah, not big drinkers round here.
It's no one drinking.
Definitely not red wine. That's one of the worst.
Red, I'm drinking white wine.
White wine.
Yeah.
Sweet or dry?
It's rather dry, yes.
Yeah.
I have this fantastic story. Do you want to hear it?
Emma said that's just what Emma was wanting. To hear you tell us a story.
A good story. I have a good story. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a Second World War, and you had the German soldier. He was taught perfect English, so he could go into England and get some intelligence. So he was dropped by a parachute into England, and he went down to some acres, and he went into the village, and he said on perfect English, "Can I have a martini, please?" And the bartender said, "Dry." And he said, "Nein, eins." It got totally wasted, yeah. 9 eins. I'm sorry. That was too bad. See you tomorrow at 10.
Mm-hmm.
Then I asked if D and P understood it.
You mean, do I understand German? Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah. I see you tomorrow, DP.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. And tomorrow I probably will be totally wrong as normal. Goodbye.
See ya. I don't know why he's got this thing that he thinks I'm always telling him he's wrong.
It's almost as if he's got something against you. Like he's got a narrative to push that DP's nasty, but...
Mm-hmm. It's a bit like the rumpus when he comes in.
Yeah.
He's got a narrative to push against me.
I'm still here. Show me where I was wrong. I'd love to hear that.
DP's not said anything bad against you all night, but you keep pointing out this.
No, Bev, you have never said anything against me.
Not me.
It's just when we had the discussion, DP always comes in and say, "You're totally wrong." Yeah.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy, Genesis.
Oh, it doesn't make me happy. It just makes me feel that you're probably a fool.
I'm probably what?
A fool. You're just following me, Bev. Bev is a nice guy. He knows what he's talking about. And you are just someone who's following him and try to get your bits in.
Okay, Genesis, if that's the way you feel, you're completely entitled to your opinion.
Okay. So now I'm gone from this channel.
Yep. See you later.
Wait a minute. Yeah. So DP's a fool because he follows me, a nice guy.
What? Don't go. I didn't get my hug yet.
DP will throw me out now because I'm so scared person.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You ever killed anyone?
No, I haven't. But I mean, Rakia has his ideas and coming. Bev has his old day. But I mean, Dev only comes in when he thinks he has something to say. He has no idea at all about anything.
Who doesn't?
You.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No hugs for you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But DP, can you make me wrong on anything?
Genesis, I really can't be bothered. You're 3 parts to the wind, and you're not making any sense to yourself. So,
yeah, the bad part is, well, if we tell you things, you're not gonna remember them, so it's kind of a waste of time.
Yeah, DP will tell me something that I can't.
Hey, can I tell you a secret, Genesis?
Okay.
You ready? I don't like DP either.
I like Rakia more now.
You only said that to get on side, Rakia.
Yeah.
Well, you heard that?
I mean, in a discussion, you have to have something to come with, something to tell the other part. DP is just listening, and then he comes in with saying that you are doing this fallacy or something.
Nathan's in the chat.
He hangs on my coattails all day.
Yeah. Rakia has some things that he has measured or something has seen, showing something.
Yeah, DP just hangs on my coattails all day. It's ridiculous.
And what have I done, Genesis?
I'm an evil person.
But
who is?
Genesis, whoa. Hang on a minute. You said Rakia's out there measuring things day in, day out. He does this for a living, right? Which is implying that I don't do anything and have not done anything.
I haven't heard you say that you have measured or done anything.
I think it might be time to say good night, Genesis, and come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
I love the voice.
Yeah, come back tomorrow.
Take Emma's advice, Genesis.
If Sword or Kalai say I should return tomorrow, I will leave now. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, buddy.
Good night.
I was going to say that Nathan is in the chat, Genesis, and I'm pretty sure that Nathan would want to talk to you on his show. He would definitely. He's in there listening now. So I know you've had a few drinks tonight, but he would definitely welcome you onto his show. Anytime during the week, 2 p.m. UK. Pop in on his Discord channel. We'll make sure you end up with his Discord thing as well when we're looking for the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. I'm sure we can find you Science versus Pseudoscience Discord channel.
Shout out to Nathan.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Genesis typing in adult anything right now? He's on the computer right now typing in adult.
He's still here, by the way.
Flip through an adult magazine in the state he's in.
Dear, oh dear.
Anyway, there is another guest.
Yeah.
Well, let me just finish up by saying I stand behind Genesis on what he said about DP. And final. Written in stone. Shout out Genesis.
And notice we have got Flat Earth Math in. Oh, sorry, Genesis coming back. I thought you'd gone, Genesis.
You're clipping. Is Bev clipping for everybody else as well?
Yes.
Hello. I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
That's thanks, Rakia. Noted.
Yeah, welcome, Math. Are you sure you're all right? You've not been told by George that you shouldn't be coming over here talking to us.
I do not take any instructions.
Okay.
You haven't been drinking, have you?
No, I was telling Paige I haven't had a drop in like 10 years.
Oh, awesome. I had my first drink last night in like 20 years.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
I want Sword of Calais.
Oh my goodness. Is he still here?
Oh my goodness. Good night, Genesis.
Okay, sorry, I said good night. I will leave now, but I love this Flat Earth Mass short. Thank you. I leave now.
All right. Thank you very much. He's like an MDMA guy.
I'm going to go ahead and lay 3-1 he comes back.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It was welcome. He came here last week. It must be drinking night on Friday.
He gets his courage up and comes in. You gotta hand it to flat Earth. What is it? No, flat Earth math. He comes in dead sober. He's got courage without thinking. Got a lot of background noise too.
Or what they say. I'm sorry, my kids are running around, acting all crazy, and I'm upstairs. I'm normally downstairs in my creepy basement, but
this might not be the best. Yeah, with their pipes rattling. I'm no genius Discord guy or YouTube guy, but this might not be the best time.
Is it hard to hear me?
You mean with the screaming kids in the background on YouTube?
With the screaming kids. Okay. What was I going to say? All right. I'll
You're going to go ahead anyway.
Well,
all right.
I'll take off. Good talking with you. Bye-bye.
Oh.
Sorry about that, Emma.
No need to apologize to me.
I swear that was the first time he's ever listened to me, ever. He usually does the opposite of what I tell him.
Wouldn't you head for the basement if you can, Matt? If you can, that is.
Pipes are rattling.
The pipes are rattling. Yeah.
The model affliction is strong. He must have something to say. I bet there's this big thing with blue going on at the minute and the level being horizontal, and how blue's going to have to prove that level isn't horizontal.
So they're all coming here.
Yeah.
King Ray, Genesis.
This is level central.
Well, Math did admit that he was heavily model afflicted, and just about every decision he makes is based upon the model. But he admits it.
Yeah. Yeah. Big respect for that.
And this blue thing should get going. I mean, blue starts off with
see this thing.
Yeah.
I'm dying.
Level is not horizontal, and then we've got the rebuttal to the bridge. I told him he shouldn't really be touching that bridge.
The bridge is what I want to hear. Yeah.
For years, we didn't hear anything about how the horizontal line needs to slope or curve, and now it's every day. We told everyone it was coming, right? Like they had to start curving the straight line and now curving the horizontal little by little. So right now it's not really curved. It's just like it's only locally horizontal, and then as it goes out further, it may or may not do something.
No, horizontal's gone.
Oh, they did away with it.
Yeah, they've lost horizontal. It's gone. They know now. They know the geometric facts of their model does not have horizontal at all. It's gone.
Does it have straight lines?
I don't think so.
Well, that could be a problem.
Mm-hmm. It has to be, right? It has to follow the curvature of that model. So they have to have... Like, it's a bendizontal plane, isn't it? The horizontal's gone and it's been replaced by bendizontal.
No, I like the bridge thing. We measured it. It's 5.4, 5.4, 5.4, all the way till you get to this hump that goes up, and then it's more than 5.4, and it comes back down to 5.4, and bam, there's your curve.
Yeah, hand it over to Walter. Give it back. Boom. It's a curve.
5.4 all along this whole span right here. See it curving? See the measurements? I would think a curve would be starting at a point, call it 0, and then going up to 5.4 or whatever, 5, and then back down to 0. That would make what I would constitute a part of a curve, an arc.
Yeah, vertical. Who was it that we had with Hoymar? He put the bridge on a vertical plane, didn't he? So that's a vertical change. No, there's no way they can get around it, right? A 28.5 meter hump in the middle is a vertical change in elevation.
It's not. You don't understand the globe model because you're a moron.
Don't understand the model.
You do not understand the globe model or reality.
No, I just said in reality it is an elevation change.
No, it's not.
28.5 meters. Yeah,
no, it's not.
Yeah,
no,
it is.
It's not.
It
no,
is.
It's not. No, you're just saying that. The measurements that Jesse Kozlowski showed it wasn't. The model says it's not, and you don't understand it because you're a moron. That there is no elevation change.
There's no elevation change. It's horizontal. We know.
What?
We know that 28.5 meter isn't an elevation change. It's not there. The water level is horizontal.
It's not horizontal. You can see it's curved. My God, you're just denying the sight. You're denying your own eyesight, for Christ's sake. It's curved. We can see that it's curved. The GPS coordinates show that it's curved. The point is that the water follows the level, which is the same elevation, which is curved.
The GPS coordinates showed that it wasn't curved. It showed it a flat span.
No, the
and when
GPS
it got
coordinates.
Yeah,
The GPS coordinates. XYZ coordinates.
So, as I was saying, the GPS shows that it's flat in sections, and when it gets to the humps, there's 5 of them. They go up in elevation and then back down to the flat section. And then when it gets to the next hump, it goes up again. Some of the humps are taller than others, so that number goes up and down and up and down in between the flat sections. So I don't think the GPS shows a curve, but maybe Rumpus can explain how. Go ahead, Rumpus.
He deafened himself because you wanted to actually what you were saying, so he got pissed off and deafened himself.
It's brave Rumpus coming in here trying to defend this for Jesse Kozlowski. They might have paid him to come in, you know.
What, defended by saying you don't understand?
Well, that's the only way Rumpus knows how to do this. Everybody knows that.
They seem to have used a known optical phenomena, especially when using a lens. So they not only used a lens, they were behind double pane glass using a telescope, which has not only lenses but mirrors. Then hooked a cambered lens, I think a P900 or I think it was a P900, which we all know has a lens that distorts long distance shots. And took a picture at an angle showing compressed perspective, stating that it was compressed perspective, then putting that picture, multiple pictures, into post-production, creating I don't know what you call it, an art piece, I would call it, because it's post-production of what they said were hundreds of pictures taken by the telescope through the double pane glass with the P900 at dusk, which some say, which call themselves experts, is the worst time for refraction. And then put it in post-production, like I said, and voila, you got yourself a curved bridge. I don't think so. I think you got yourself an optical illusion. Call me crazy.
I'm just showing the clip that I got that we took ages ago when we were looking over all of this sort of stuff. But showing for everybody on YouTube and in Discord, there's a little clip that I've just posted in there, and that's... I got my son to go over the bridge with Jesse's coordinates with every time he clicked on it to show the heights of all of the points that he went on. So all of these heights that are wrote down there, the big ones, are there the numbers that Jesse got. going over the bridge. They're all around 5.8, like Rakir said, apart from where you get the hump where they go over for the bridge bit for the boats to go under. So there's two, like Rakir said, there's some big raises for boats to go under, but the rest of them is 8.4, 8.1, 8 point something across the bridge. They're all within the same sort of range. There's no hump.
And I posted something in chat that shows soundly, not anyone else, soundly stating that it was a stacked photo of multiple pictures, not just one picture. And he was also, along with Jesse, on a phone call with me, who taught me what compressed perspective was, how it affected barrel distortion, and how this picture was made. It's a creation, it's post-production. If anyone wants to tell me differently, then you need to call Soundly up and tell him to take down this post that he posted that it is. I'm fine with that.
And I'd also like to add that we have got a clip that we're doing with Rumpus, where Rumpus showed everybody he doesn't actually know what a tangent is, and he had to look it up and Google it to find out that it mentioned the curve. He didn't know it did. And he said in that clip as well that nobody uses Euclidean geometry anymore. So Rumpus cannot be trusted. Now, however many ad homs he decides to give people, just know that Rumpus is an outright liar, and he doesn't know half of the things that he talks about. He hides behind "you don't understand" because he doesn't actually understand it.
His first sentence wasn't hello, good evening, good morning, nothing. It was, you don't understand, you moron. That should sum it up right there. What intelligent person starts their sentences off with that to a group who obviously is involved here and does things out in reality and does understand what's going on. Both sides. You be the judge.
We're dealing with a load of liars and people that have been told half-truths and assumed a lot of things about different things. This particular bridge, I'm surprised that Blue's being allowed to do this.
You be the judge.
He's just about to expose one of the biggest tricks that have ever been played on the globe earthers. Not the flat earthers. This is a trick that's been played on the globe earthers by a bunch of people that have knowingly deceived everyone.
That's what I think also. I think they did this to take the piss out of the globers. Not people who think that the water isn't curving. The people who do. Showing them a blatant, optical phenomena. Because if the earth was curving, and I'll give them that, at the rate that their scientism, whatever, priests predict and tell them it is, it wouldn't look like that in a picture anyway. Like it's obnoxious, actually. It's the very reason I started studying this topic was this picture and the picture of the power line that Soundly did.
Yep.
And I just knew it didn't add up, right? It didn't look right. It looked fake. It didn't look like reality as I grew up on the lake. So I went out and bought a camera and started making my own observations, not trusting Soundly. So here we are.
Yeah.
Logos.
Yeah, Logos has brought us all here. Like I say, I talked to these people on Twitter before I came into this. This was probably the earliest foray into me looking into, you know, people that lie really on. And Soundly was the first one. He was trying to tell me about the curvature in that lake.
Soundly not only... Go ahead.
Well, I say it seems like there was a narrative that was pushed. Initially, when they got a picture, they found the picture and then found a way to manipulate people into believing that that is an actual hump of the water in the middle of the lake. It's a logical impossibility.
Yep.
But it only exists on a model. It's not there in reality. Go on, sorry.
They even admit themselves that they did some things like hang lights on the post at Henderson Lake, which is another long parallel bridge, and that it didn't match reality, right? They even admitted that the optical phenomena were being created by the angles and by the parallel lines that they were viewing down. But no one cared about that, right, when they admitted that. They just care that they're seeing what appears to be water curving, which is a joke, right? It can't happen. Soundly also goes as far to say he can see left to right curvature over the lake, and I have a screenshot of that, of him saying that, with a line drawn of what appears to be, you know, what he says is left to right curvature. He also says he can take you to the bridge, and if you have 20/20 vision, you too can see the curvature of the water with your naked eye. Now add all that up, folks, and you got yourself one deceiver. Soundly. Let's be clear who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Soundly, Jesse, and whoever else is involved in that event. They're all just deceiving you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hey, especially.
Rakia, can you hear me okay?
Oh, that's basic.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Soundly's his icon, his YouTube avatar, the picture, used to be a full moon. Do you remember that? This is going.
I have no clue.
This is going on like 6 years ago. Before he recorded a single thing at the Lake Pontchartrain, he would debate flat earthers, and do you know what his argument was?
I have no clue.
It was studying the moon. He said, if you study the moon, you will conclude the shape of the earth. And I argued the same thing. But he then discovered this phenomenon at the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, and so that's what he's now known for. But he
the optical phenomena he discovered.
Or the curvature of the earth phenomenon.
Or the angle that he shoots it at near a parallel object, such as a bridge and a power line, which, by the way, has huge amounts of electricity running by it. I want to add, he always shoots it at the same angle to get the curve. You know, if you go at a different angle, you know, the curvature goes away. How's that possible?
Well, it's not that the curvature goes away; it's that it's harder to detect. It's exactly what we were arguing. We were arguing about, like, it was about a week or so
Hang
ago,
on a second.
about the pool cue.
Yeah, that pool cue is obviously distorted. We can go over that another time because it's hard to go over it without showing a picture. But Bev has done a great job breaking that down. That's another phenomena that they created on purpose.
No, that's not a phenomenon.
Yeah, the pool cue is. I'm not talking. I will not talk about the pool cue here with you without showing you pictures and all that. But I mean, the bridge is the angle. If you change your angle by 5 degrees, how does the curvature go away? The curvature doesn't exist. What does exist is an optical phenomena near a parallel line that is created long distance over water when you view it. Everyone, and I mean everyone, including yourself, probably now realizes that even your side says long distance, low elevation optical view over a marine layer such as water creates all types of optical illusions. Do you agree with that?
In the wrong direction. You're not
all directions.
No, in the wrong direction. Refraction tends to make things appear slightly higher by a fraction of a degree,
I would like you to review and maybe press rewind and find anywhere where I said refraction. I said optical phenomena.
Okay, optical phenomenon, but I don't really know what
illusions. It's called illusions. Yeah, why are you laughing? I can show you picture after picture that shows the bridge is underwater and it's curving towards the viewer. Do you think the bridge actually does that, or it's an optical illusion?
I think it's Earth curvature.
No, the bridge is curving where it's straight towards the viewer, which is me. Do you think that's an optical illusion or not?
No.
Oh my goodness. Then I'm done talking to you. Have a good night.
All right, good night. He asked why I was laughing. Why I was laughing was that the optical phenomenon that he's citing perfectly matches Earth's curvature. And that's why I tell people, look up in the sky, you can determine the shape of the Earth. Because if you train your camera to the horizon, yeah, there's going to be quote unquote optical phenomenon. There's going to be refraction, and yet people are constantly trying to prove the shape of the Earth by pointing their camera to the one area in your visual field.
Yeah, you can't measure curvature with a camera.
And you really have no clue what optical phenomena he was citing.
Okay, can you clue me in about the optical phenomenon?
You should speak to Dave about that.
You can't measure an optical phenomena, can you? And definitely not with a camera, right? It's if you are looking at something with a camera and expecting to be able to measure something, you are doing the wrong thing. You're using the wrong tool because you can't measure anything with a picture.
No, you can measure a lot of things with a picture.
No, you can't. No, you cannot.
Oh my goodness.
You can't measure anything with a picture.
Why do you say that?
Because you can't measure anything with a picture.
All right, that's not a very good explanation.
Well, go on. What you tell us what the last thing you measured with a picture was.
Well, I took the angular diameter of something. I measured the angular size of something. I can compare it to the angular size of something else with that same camera at the same zoom.
You measured the angular size of something with a camera.
Yes. Yeah, and you can calibrate it. You can count pixels. You can do this yourself. And you
pixel
can
counting.
Yes, pixel counting.
That's pixel counting. That's not measuring.
Well,
is that what you call measuring? Pixel counting.
So there seems to be this argument about what defines measurement.
Physical measurement.
Some people, right, like, holding a yardstick up against something, and it's like, if that's the only definition of measurement,
that's a measurement.
Physically hold it in your hands. Well, then, and you've just eliminated, like, you've literally eliminated your bathroom scale. Your bathroom scale is no longer a measuring device.
Yeah. Why?
Because it uses strain gauges and electronics to produce the reading. So, it's calibrated. So, when they build it at the factory, if you put on a 100-pound weight, they calibrate it so that it says 100 on the display.
Okay.
But what it's
do you think, could you weigh somebody with a picture?
I never suggested you could.
Right. Well, that's why we're saying, wait a minute. That's why we're saying a measurement is a physical measurement of something. Well, you cannot do any of that with a picture.
What about angular size? Do you agree?
An angular measuring device you would need to measure an angular size of something.
A camera can serve as that.
A camera is a camera. It takes pictures. It is not like a sextant. That's an angular measuring device. A protractor. That's an angular measuring device. A picture of a protractor is not a way to measure angles.
So it all depends on what kind of angles you're talking about and what level of precision.
I'm talking about angles in reality.
Okay. What level of precision and what size angles?
We want an actual angle measuring device. A picture is not that,
you
man.
You didn't answer my question. Oh, what size angle and to what accuracy?
Well, an angle to as exact as you can.
Okay. So if you use a protractor, you can measure, like a standard 180-degree protractor. You can measure, from say 1 to 180 with precision of maybe a half a degree. Okay. If you use a what do you call it?
I've got degrees on my protractor. I've got 360 of them as well.
Oh, okay. So if you have a circular protractor, then you can measure 360 degrees, reflex angle, etc. But to the accuracy of maybe a half a degree. I mean, if you have a really large.
What about how tiny? If you've got a really, really tiny protractor.
Well, then if you have a very small protractor, first off, I feel sorry for you, but I feel bad for your wife. But then you would only be able to measure it to like the nearest, a couple of degrees, maybe even the nearest.
What? No. We heard from the globe side that tiny protractors are the most accurate protractor.
No, you've never heard a Glober say that.
Yeah.
What you've heard is that if
definitely heard Glober say that multiple times.
Oh my goodness. Are we talking about a physical protractor in reality, one you hold in your hand made of plastic? Because I think you're thinking of zooming in like GeoGebra.
No, definitely not. Definitely we're told that a physical protractor has to be as tiny as possible to be as accurate as possible.
No, I'd love to hear the reference because I'm sure that you misheard or
Definitely not. You have no clue. You weren't in the conversation. Don't tell me what I heard, please. Thank you.
Oh my goodness. I didn't tell you what you heard. I'm trying to say that I think you misunderstood. You might have misunderstood.
And I'm telling you, you weren't in the conversation.
You
So just
leave
drop
now, Math, because you are going to get no further forward than when you started. So why don't you just go?
Oh, I think I touched a nerve there.
No, you haven't. You're making yourself look a complete dick. So you should just go.
Well, no, because he's going against whoever it was that said it, right? I think it might have been Science It Out or somebody like that. Yeah, I'm looking for the meme I made.
The thing is, this should make sense to you. If you have like a little tiny toy protractor that's like 1 inch in size, you can't even see the degree measurements. It'll probably count by every 5 degrees.
Yeah, we thought it was absolutely ridiculous when they were saying it.
Okay, so that's why I didn't hear it, but that's why I'm suggesting maybe you misunderstood them. Because your common sense and my common sense match, okay? So we are in agreement. You and I are in agreement. So I think somebody misunderstood when somebody else said a tiny.
There you go.
Would you say that like the bigger the water level is, the more accurate it is, right? Like a very tiny little spirit level is going to be less accurate than like a 6-foot one, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when you say this local horizontal, right? So hold on. So the spirit level makes it horizontal, right? And the bigger it gets, the more accurate it is. I want to know where that leads us.
But only where you are, only where you're standing. You just changed the subject. You were talking about angles. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, your angle, buddy.
You've lost your connection there again, right hand.
We were talking about angles. Oh my goodness. And whether a picture can measure an angle. The point I was trying to make to Bev is that if you have a protractor, a plastic protractor,
tiny one,
you can measure things. Forget the tiny one. A reasonable sized protractor that you would find useful. Okay, if it's a protractor that's maybe 4 or 5 inches across, maybe you can measure to the nearest half degree. Now the point I was making about a photograph is that if you zoom in, you could measure things to the 100th of a degree, but small angles, by counting pixels.
Tiny protractors.
Oh my goodness, tiny protractors. Talking about using a zoom with a known zoom quantity, like a standard zoom, like you zoom to the end of your optical range.
No, you can't. No, definitely not. You cannot have a zoom camera and then measure things with the zoom on a camera. That's
calibrate it.
Impossible. You cannot calibrate the zoom on a camera to measure anything, Math.
Why not?
Because you can't do that.
It's literally in the first video I ever published on YouTube. Why can't you?
Because you can't just take pictures and
it's like
presume you can measure something from it. That's embarrassing.
Why is that embarrassing?
Because you said it. It can't be done.
So you understand the math of finding an angle based on an object of a certain size at a certain distance.
I know what an angle is. Yes.
No, but I mean, do you understand the math? Like, for example, I'm assuming you're in the UK. Do you use A4 paper? We call it letter size paper in the United States.
Yeah, I've heard of A4 paper. Yeah.
Okay. So the calibration method that I'm talking about is you plant a yardstick and I'm going to use American football, at the 50-yard line of an American football field, and then you have your camera at the goal line or at the 0-yard line. So you have it exactly 50 yards to the sheet of paper, and then you zoom in to the optical zoom, and you take a photo of it. Then you do the math on what would an A4 piece of paper be. What's the angular size at 50 yards?
Don't be silly,
like a fraction of a degree. It'll be like a quarter of a degree. I mean, the math is very consistent, and that means you could point your camera at anything else in the world, and if you were at full optical zoom, the same level of zoom that you were when you took a picture of the paper, and you take a picture of something else, you can literally count pixels on that image.
Don't be silly.
And compare it to the
cannot.
A4 paper.
You cannot.
Absolutely.
That's a joke.
That's ridiculous math. Absolutely ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because you're talking shite.
You're calibrating.
That cannot be done.
Oh my goodness, I've done it, and it's accurate. And the calibration is super accurate. I mean, to the 100th of a degree. You could repeat it.
It might be to
the
the 100th of a degree. Piss off. Don't be stupid, math. You might be able to do that and get away with it in this arena, right? But you cannot do that in reality.
Tell me what's wrong with it. Tell me what is wrong with my procedure.
1, you cannot measure things with a camera.
Well, we're talking a visual, an angle, an angular size is
yes.
all we're talking about.
2, a camera is not an angular measuring device.
Why not? It could be used as one. I mean, obviously, it takes a photo.
It cannot, because it cannot set a 0 and measure an angle, math.
What do you mean, set a 0? That would be 0 pixels. If you had something 0 pixels at 100 yards or 50 yards, wouldn't that be an angle of 0? 0 pixels?
Do they measure angles in pixels?
No, you calibrate the camera. The camera captures the pixels. You calibrate it by taking a photo of A4 paper.
Who's told you
50
this?
Yards. No one's told me. I made it up myself. That's the thing.
You made it up yourself. Nice.
I think that's the actual truth of
who
the
you told?
The truth.
But you have yet to tell me what is wrong with my procedure.
You just made it up yourself.
What's wrong with it? People do science all the time.
It can't. That's not science.
Oh my goodness.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, that's not even close to science.
Pixel counting science, math. Come on.
What you're telling me is that you could have I'm
telling you, you're being ridiculous, math. That's what I'm saying.
I hear that over and over again.
Math, do you know of Ruhiv?
Let me finish.
Do you know of Ruhiv, Math?
Let me finish my thought and I'll answer.
Do you know of Ruhiv?
So, if I were to ask,
go and get in touch with him, and you can circle jerk each other all fucking night.
If you give me something of a known angular size at a certain
Jesus.
A known angular size. What the fuck? What's that even mean, math? Let's go for that. What does that mean? What's a known angular size of something?
In other words, you give me a challenge where you take an item, cut it out of a piece of paper, a piece of cardboard, say a piece of cardboard that's, I don't know, I'm just going to make something up, 20 centimeters tall. And then you put it at 30 yards away, but you don't tell me the size of the cardboard. You don't tell me how many.
So you do know the size of the cardboard or the size of how far away it is?
No, Bev, you know, but you don't tell me. Okay, this is an experiment to test my skills.
Just take a picture.
So you have a known piece of cardboard at a known distance, and I don't know the distance, and I don't know the size of the cardboard. Okay? Now, you run the math, and you say, oh, well, that's an angular size of, 0.439 degrees.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Before you carry on, I run the math to work out the angular size of something.
Yeah, because you're going to see if
Can you not measure the angle? At which point does it actually get measured?
I'm going to try to measure the angular size with my camera and my zoom lens.
No, you're trying to predict something that I've done. When does it actually get measured?
So what you do is you know the exact angular size.
I don't. No, I've just took a picture with it. Math. When do we find out the actual angular size? When does that actually get measured?
You can do it with math, knowing the size of the cardboard at, say, 30 yards.
You can't do it with math. You need an angle measuring device in order to measure an angle.
So maybe we got off on the wrong foot. I asked you if you were aware of the math of angular size measurement, and I thought you said yes. I might have misunderstood.
Dude,
and I apologize.
Matt, Charles, you got to agree that there's a difference between like measuring something physically and getting an approximation based on doing a visual ratio of objects in a picture.
I don't see the difference unless you're stuck on...
What? Oh, come on, bro. Hold on. And remember, you're the same person that said we couldn't say down is down because we can't be within 0.01 millionth of down. Therefore, we can't establish or prove that down is down. Yet you can look at a picture and prove how big something is by counting pixels.
Don't forget he's 2 micron horizontal as well.
Local, yeah. Or local 12,000, kilometers. Who cares?
Yeah, consistent logic would be nice here.
Yeah, the law of identity is not strong with this one.
Bev, what
Math, just quit while you're behind, dude.
Yeah,
it's not going to get any better for you.
I'm actually trying to ask Bev a question. But Bev, how would you suggest you measure the angular size?
Quit while you're behind, Math. It's not going to get any better for you.
Yeah. See, I don't treat people rudely. I'm just trying to ask Bev a question.
You are very, very rude, in fact. You laugh in people's faces. Oh, goodness, you say. And then you laugh a little, give a little chuckle. And then you just keep on waffling like nothing was even said. Yeah, that is really very rude. So don't sit there and lie to my face about being rude or not, because you are very rude.
So when I'm interrupted, I'm allowed to laugh in your face. How about that? So, Bev, how would you suggest that we measure the angular size of this thing, a 30-centimeter piece of cardboard that's 30 yards away?
If you want to find the angle of something, you measure it.
Could you do a theodolite? Could you use a theodolite?
To measure a piece of paper, what would the purpose be?
He's conflating like the size and an angle. He's creating this like mythical beast of the angular size, right? Like,
yeah,
angular size.
We've been saying this for a while.
What is angular size?
Somebody has born a word into existence. It's called the angular size, right? But really, what it is just an angle. It's the size of the angle that you measure.
So how would you suggest we measure it?
With an angle measuring device.
What do you suggest?
What is it? A piece of paper that you're wanting to measure the angles on?
It's a height of a piece of cardboard that is 30 yards away.
A height? You want to measure a height? I wouldn't use an angle. I'd just use a ruler.
No, you're 30 yards away.
It would still be a height, though,
I'd
right?
still measure the height of the paper, right? I'd still go to the piece of paper and measure the height of it. I mean, what's up with you?
It's across the canal. You can't go.
I'll go over the other side of the canal if I want to measure it. I'll go to it and measure it.
So are you suggesting that you can't measure sizes of things unless you can physically walk up to them? Because that's like the heart of all of geometry. Starts with, using triangles to measure heights of tall trees, for example.
No, dude.
Yes, that's where geometry starts, really.
That's not what you do.
That's like literally the first week of geometry is how to figure out the height of a tall tree.
No, it's not.
So how would you measure the height of a tall tree?
Measure it.
So the only way to measure the height of a tall tree...
No, not the only way to measure it. But a way to measure the height of a tree is to actually measure it.
So how do you get the tape measure up to the top? You just climb this tree? I mean, do you know how difficult logistically that is?
So are you talking about a calculation then?
So we use the word measurement to cover all kinds of things.
Okay, so you would measure an angle and calculate the height.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you saying there's anything wrong with that?
Measuring an angle.
Yes.
You could measure the angle with an angular measuring device, Math. I don't understand what's going on here.
I asked you repeatedly, what device do you use?
You could use a theodolite.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. You can use a theodolite.
For measuring an angle, yes.
Okay, now here's my challenge that I want you to give me. This is a thought experiment. You cut out a piece of cardboard and you don't tell me the size of it, and you plant it 30 yards away. Then you use your theodolite to measure the angle that cardboard makes. And you know it, and you keep it a secret.
Math?
And you don't
I get this. What's the point? Where are we going with this?
I then use my camera, and I take a picture of it because I've calibrated my camera, and then I tell you what the angular size is, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong.
You take a picture of the picture.
I guarantee you, I take a picture of the cardboard that you cut out that I don't know the size of and I don't know the distance of. But you've measured it with your theodolite, measured the angle with your theodolite. I guarantee you I'll be within 1%.
I don't understand, but I take a picture of a piece of cardboard from 30 yards away.
No, you use your theodolite. You use your precision angular measuring device to measure the angular size of this piece of cardboard at 30 yards. I just take my T900. I don't have one, but I have a Canon. But I take my zoom camera that it's been calibrated, and then I have to bring it back to Photoshop or whatever and count pixels, right? I won't be able to tell you right there. But using my camera that I personally have calibrated in terms of angular size, I can tell you what the angular size is that you recorded with your theodolite.
How?
By counting pixels.
Right, so I wait a minute, Math. Yes. I take a picture.
No, I take a picture. You
right, so
the theodolite.
Okay, so I measure a piece of cardboard.
With a theodolite.
Right, and then you do what?
And I'm standing right next to you. I'm not.
Oh, you're here as well. Right. Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry. We misunderstood that. So we're standing next to each other on the 0-yard line. You're using a theodolite, but you're not letting me look at it. Right? It's a big secret. And I just have my telephoto lens. That's all I have is my camera and the fact that I have calibrated it. That's the thing. That's why I was talking about the A4.
Right, but you know how far away it is.
No, I don't know how far the cardboard is, and I don't know the size of the cardboard. All right?
And you don't know the angle either.
I would be able to tell you after I took a picture of it and analyzed my
photo. So you know nothing about this piece of cardboard, and you're just going to take a picture of it. Sounds like a magic trick, this.
It's not, because... But Bev, just hear me out. If we took a sheet of A4 paper and ran it out to the 50-yard line or 50 yards away... That is an exact height. I mean, I don't know what the specs on A4. In the United States, it's 8.5 by 11. 8.5 by 11 inches.
Yeah, it's just a standard size. Yeah, we all know what A4 is.
Right. So it's an exact size at an exact distance, say 50 yards for the calibration. I take a calibrating photo with my zoom lens, and then I count pixels. And
you calibrate your camera.
The way I calibrate my camera is I literally count how many pixels fall.
It's a pity Buster isn't here.
Right?
He'd be all over you for this. You know it can't be done right, Math.
Yes, it can.
It cannot be
really
done.
Simple. It's really, really
You
simple,
cannot count pixels to measure an angle.
Is to measure
it's
the field of view
ridiculous.
of the camera, and then you know what.
Don't be
fraction of the
silly.
image
You're
with a
not
Polaroid?
magicians.
the
Nobody believes your magic tricks anymore. Nobody believes them.
moron, Bev.
Watch your mouth, Rumpus. Watch your mouth.
Okay, remember.
Can you be? I mean, Flat Earth Math has just spent the last, I don't know how many, 5 minutes explaining this really simple exercise in measuring the angular size of something, knowing the field of view of a camera. And Bev cannot understand this because he doesn't understand basic geometry or cameras or.
It's got nothing to do with geometry, Rumpus. Counting pixels is not a geometry thing. No, it's not at all.
Field of view is a geometry problem. And he describes
Don't be silly, Rumpus. A camera is not an angular measuring device, and you cannot measure angles by counting pixels. That's as ridiculous as Ruhif with his straight line being the opposite to the angle, the opposite side to the angle, which you are counting pixels for. You cannot portray a line or a series of pixels as an angle.
It's kind of ridiculous. It's like, oh shit, we've given up horizontal, we've given up Euclidean geometry, we can't do shit. What can we do? Fuck. Oh, we can use pictures. That's what we can do.
I'm gonna ask a question, and I really don't want you guys to get upset with me. Sometimes people get upset when I ask questions.
You're really is that math just for me, or is that like a bad connection?
For Bev.
Pretty low. It's pretty low.
Really muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not clear at all, Math. I'm not too sure how well that's coming across on the YouTube at all.
I can hear you fine. Is it?
That's a bit better.
You're better now.
That's a bit better.
You can hear me better?
Yeah.
All right. I gotta change my sound.
I don't think you're going to make any more sense than you did before, but we can hear you clearer.
Okay. For some reason, I just unplugged my headphone. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment.
Oh boy, Chop.
The counting pixel thing is the most ridiculous thing there is, and it's a pity Buster isn't here, because Buster's the guy that's looked into this properly. And I trust Buster. And Buster says, even for really close-up things, the amount of things you need to know about the camera, the object, the distance, the temperature, all of that stuff is not even accurate when you know that. So what Matt's trying to say is just not doable, and everybody knows why Rumpus is trying to support him. Rumpus needs this sort of thing. Cameras are not angle measuring devices, and pixels are not the next step in the wizardry of the angle.
What is an angle measuring device?
Something that measures angles.
Yeah. Something that breaks a circular proportion up into 360 degrees and then possibly 60 minutes and divide that up into then 60 seconds into each degree. Because that's how degrees, minutes and seconds, that's how it works. That's how they're broken down. You actually have to measure them. It's like a distance. You need to physically measure it in order to measure an angle or a distance or a weight. Can't take pictures of them.
Well, it is a distance, isn't it? It's the distance between one arm and the other arm.
Yeah. portrayed as a portion of a circle.
Yeah, straight line distance.
But like to portray that angle as a line would be completing this the triangle, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Well, if you put a load of pixels there, just put a line at the other end. It then becomes ridiculous. You are measuring the angle at a place and portraying it as a line of pixels. That's not an angle. And it's always really strange to me when people do this. We're measuring all of that because we know how auto levels work and stadia hairs and the stadiometric range finding. That works because you put a line there at the end and you measure that line. Not pixels, actual measurement that you look through and measure it. Read the numbers off on a line. So for anyone to say that we don't understand what it is, well, we've been out on the beach, we've tested this stuff, we know how to measure distances and sizes because of the relationship of those lines of triangles, isosceles, equilateral type triangles, and the linear relationship between the size of the object and the distance it is away. There's a lot of people that try and tell you it's called angular size. Well, it's not. It's a linear relationship with the size of the object from the distance it is away.
Small disclaimer here, I've never been out with Bev on the beach and done any of the things he's just mentioned according to Genesis. Yeah. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, a little bit muffled again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm using my wife's headphones. So, but I think what you said with the stadia lines is exactly what I was trying to get at. Just imagine if you took a picture through your theodolite and you saw the stadia lines. That would be one form of calibration. Right?
Imagine that, Bev. Just imagine that.
Wow. Imagine that the stadia hairs are set at a ratio of 1 to 100, and that you can actually do this relationship between the distance to the size. But you know, the problem with that is you actually need to know one of those to predict the other. You have to have measured it.
Right. But
right.
Do you agree that that is one form of calibration?
No, it's not. No, it's not a calibration. It is a stadia measurement, right? You can actually do that.
Right, but somebody had to put those stadia hairs in that theodolite. That's what I meant by calibration. Okay.
Yeah, so it's at the shop. Yeah, it has to be calibrated properly. You pay people to do that.
Right. So what if you take the stadia hairs out and instead you count?
Why would you do that?
Because we're counting pixels instead of counting stadia hairs.
No. They're in these tools that are the measurement devices that you would use.
Right. But what you have is a telescope, and you have
none of these devices have any zoom on them.
Okay.
They're fixed optically because they have to be because of the optics of the hairs. Stadia hairs wouldn't work if you had a zoom on it. The stadia hairs are fixed to the optical length of the lens.
Right, but you have a focal length of the lens. Not a zoom. That's why I said telescope. I said telescope, not zoom.
Okay, yeah, but you're talking about a camera zoom.
No. Zoomed out to its full optical, so that it's consistent every single time. That's what I meant.
Right, so
same focal length. In other words, every single photo I take with this camera is going to be the same focal length. You know, oftentimes people go out to the full optical zoom.
Right, you're still pushing ahead with this, right? Even though you know there are tools that measure and how the relationship of all of these works, that you have to have a measurement.
But there's more than one way of measuring things, right? So if somebody does not,
if you want it done accurately, you use proper tools.
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely. But if you don't have a theodolite, you can calibrate your zoom camera.
No.
Using the exact procedure I told you.
No, I'd say not. If you want to do that sort of stuff, please do it elsewhere. Do not advise people to do whatever you are about to do. I mean, advise all the globers as much as you want. Right, please, but do not, anybody, if they're listening, you want to measure anything, get proper tools to do it. If you want to measure an angle, get an angular measuring device, right? So, if you want a rough angle measurement, just do it roughly with some sort of a tool. Get a sextant or something like that. They're not costly. You can make them yourself quite cheaply. You do not need to go through any pixel counting procedure.
Do you understand
at
the
all?
Challenge, though, is that if you use a precision instrument and you get the angular size of this thing, and I don't know anything about it other than I'm standing next to you.
Okay.
Right? So we both see it, and then I take a picture of it. I'm telling you, I will get within 1% of your reading.
Okay, so can you tell me now then, what would be the purpose for us to do this? Give me a good reason rather than just a little challenge for you. That's not a really good reason.
If I pass the challenge, I hope that you would begrudgingly acknowledge that I can measure angular size with my camera.
You can't.
Well,
I'd tell people not to do that at the beginning. I would say that's a really bad idea. Other than that, what would be the purpose for us to do this?
So you're telling me that you're going to have an unknown angle and you're going to challenge me to measure it with my camera. I'm successful at measuring it with my camera. You're still not going to believe me that I measured it. Is that what you're saying?
What would be the purpose for us to do this, Math?
It would be to show you I can measure angles, because I just did, sitting right next to you with my camera, right?
You can't. A camera is not an angular measuring device.
I'm telling you, if you followed the procedure that I laid out, and anyone can do it, literally, and I've got the full directions, and the first channel on the first video on my.
Go on then. Give us a procedure, right? Where you would think, Math, right? I'm going to come to the rescue. What you need is me to measure this. Now, where would you use that?
Okay. So, for example, you can use it to take a photo of the full moon when it's rising, and then you take a picture of the full moon every hour of the night. You have to stay up all night, and then you take your last photo is before it sets. And then you can measure the angular size of the moon using your photos, or you can compare them to each other. Let's say
you would have a lot of angles.
Right, but I would say that they would all be the same angle, because the moon does not change visual size throughout the whole night.
Okay, so you've got a bag of angles, whether they're slightly different or they're the same, or
within a couple of pixels.
Okay.
So that is an example of measuring the angular size of, say, the moon.
Okay, and go on.
No, that's it. I mean, comparing the photos against each other. I can have somebody else take a picture of the same moon, and they can maybe use a theodolite to point to the top limb of the moon and then the bottom limb of the moon and tell me the angular size using a theodolite, and we're going to agree.
So if we all just sort of say, instead of saying I took a picture of the moon, if we all just say I took a picture of 0.6 of a degree.
Yeah, but using precision. That's what I said. Pixel counting gets to within, 1/100th of a degree.
So we talk about things as though they are angles now. Everything, right? Everything we can do this with. Yeah. Well, now, what is the purpose of us doing this? Because I'm taking it, it's only the size of the angle of the object at that particular distance away, right?
Yes. But you could try to use a little bit of logic and figure out what's going on with the moon. You're not going to draw any 100% conclusions, but you might be able to say that what's very
But if you don't know how far away it is, and you don't know how big it is, you only know the angle.
Size, right?
What?
But then you could use some logic. You could say, well,
no, you only know an angle. Don't you?
That's correct. But
Yeah.
some people say that the moon actually gets bigger.
Some people say you can do fuck all with an angle.
I've heard you say that before.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've gone on for long enough. I promised my wife I wouldn't be very long. And again, I apologize for my sound issues. You've been very, very gracious. But I do recommend people try this with the A4 sheet of paper. You could literally calibrate a camera.
See you later, Math. You were saying goodbye. Don't let us stop you.
Get pixels to make an angle. And then you've got an angle that you can do fuck all with.
All right, DP. I'm going to say goodbye. Take care.
Okay.
Again.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I hope you don't get into trouble with George. I've never understood that angle thing. Like, counting pixels to get an angle sounds like wizardry. That's because it is. You can't measure pixels to get an angle. An angle is the angle. The pixels are the pixels. They're not the same thing.
I just see it as the Ruhif Rescue Squad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. One angle is all you've got. After the end of your little wizardry thing, that you count pixels and then turn them into an angle, then you've got an angle. That's it. After you've conjured up an angle from a straight line of pixels, then you've got an angle. You can't do anything with it. Nothing. There's no triangle. There's nothing there. That'd be embarrassing, right? Because, they're coming in with, pixel thing as a... It's meant to be something. It's meant to lead them to something. But when you find out at the end of your little magic trick with pixels and cameras, there's nothing there. And I know...
He started off on the 0-yard line and the 50-yard line, and he finished up on the 0-yard line and the 50-yard line with having covered no ground in between. It's just really bizarre.
Yeah, I can't. I don't get the angle thing. Well, never got the angle thing. But like we've always said, this wizardry trick and the entire trick with the globe is all based around an angle and wizardry about how you use an angle and teaching people about geometry and the simplicity of that angle. There's something to it, that the trickery that's gone on. This angle thing is one hell of a trick. And I find it strange that Math's the guy that's coming in. He's a clever guy. He does seem to say some stupid shit, though.
Don't they all?
He did admit his model affliction, right? So even I would suggest, right, the model affliction is what makes him want to be able to measure angles with pixel counting in his camera.
And don't forget, he did say that he made this all up himself.
Yeah.
Nobody taught it to him. He made it up.
Which must be where Ruhif got his pixel counting from. Oh, in fact, Buster, like I say, Buster's looked into this. So I don't know whether Buster looked into it because Flat Earth Math invented it, or what Flat Earth Math I'm sort of thinking is that Flat Earth Math might have heard of pixel counting and thought, hey, I think I can use that to trick people within this argument. That he could take Soundly's picture or something and maybe measure an angle with some pixels in that and turn that into curve. Because that's where the next trick is. Once you've got an angle, you can just turn it into a curve. And I'm not too keen. We didn't like the tiny protractor thing. That was one of the best days that we had, wasn't it? It was one of the fun days.
Yeah, that was a really fun one.
What you need is a tiny protractor to get very accurate. The smaller, the better.
Yeah, because they were trying to do the measuring an angle to the curve thing at the time, right?
And you have to go really small into the infinitesimal, the little tiny bit, which actually that angle disappears, doesn't it? It turns to nothing if you get too close. But that's why the tiny protractor trick was tried to be played, because that's all this is. I don't know if Rumpus still in here or has he left. Yeah, he's left. All that Rumpus are doing and all that Flat Earth Math are trying to do, it's trickery. They're trying to do wizardry, but we've unlocked the spell. Is the key to break the spell of this wizardry of the globe model is logic. It's very simple.
I did give Rumpus 2 you don't understands and 1 you're stupid before I muted him. So he didn't get very far.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm going to put that video out. You guys heard it the other day, didn't you? The Rumpus one. I don't know whether people can deal with Rumpus, but I mean, I'm going to be putting it out. I don't know when I'll put it out. Couple of days or something like that, but it definitely breaks the Rumpus myth of Rumpus being clever. He most certainly is not. He went over the tangent and had to look it up.
To me, right, I've heard Rumpus for a few months now, and all he's ever talked about is a tangent, and now nobody understands what a tangent is. And the other night, he didn't know what a tangent was.
Yeah. This is... we've got Alan back in the chat. Thanks for being back, Alan. We were getting short of the model afflicted boomer text chat troll. Thanks for coming back. So what time is it? Wow, we've been going for 5 hours. It's 1 o'clock. I'm going to have to shut it down because, like I say, we've got tomorrow morning. We have got, hopefully, Where's Wally coming back in to have a go over his actual proof of R. Should be a good one for Nathan. Nathan brushed him aside. We're trying to engage with him at least, and because we're going over the proof thing. We've got a couple of questions for Where's Wally tomorrow morning. So if anybody wants to come in, next level, Discord, put the link out. Anybody got any final words they want to go over for tonight?
Nice little nice little session this evening. Rakia, you're all right, really.
It was a pretty good day today. Good Friday. So thanks for everybody that came in. If you want to come into the Discord. Don't forget, get your t-shirts.
Oh yeah. Few sold this evening. So thanks to everybody who's dug deep and supported us with this t-shirt logic thing. So an ongoing thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the P if P. The 3 or 4 thingy ones. I think I'm just working on a bit of a design. It'd be in the beginning of the Mind Your P's and Q's Emma range.
I think DP is the greatest.
Yeah, thanks for your support, Rakia.
Yeah, okay. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, thanks for watching. And we will definitely be back tomorrow, Saturday, 10 o'clock. Probably do a later one as well tomorrow. You never know what's going to happen Saturday. It's UFC day.